Go live. Shocker. Little do you know I am live. Hello. It's the end. We're at the end. Congratulations. By the way, if you've been enjoying the readings so far, feel free to buy my book on Amazon. Link in the description below. Or it is the pinned message in the live chat. I believe it should also be pinned in the replay. And also, leave a review on Amazon. Please leave a review on Amazon. This is how the book gets discovered. If you have enjoyed it, go put your thoughts on Amazon. Tell the world how much you really love it. Where is the end dragon? It's coming, don't worry. Though, maybe we shouldn't wake up Uno. Just a thought. Also, you went to ASTRIA, Shub? Can I come next time? Bring me. I wanna go to ASTRIA. How dare you? How dare you go without me? Man. Everyone else out here going to ASTRIA without me. I'll take you. Yay! Thank you, Shub. Please ignore the gremlin in the background. Make sure you got plenty of water. I know I do. Maybe some snacks. And get cozy. We will begin in 2.5 minutes. I'm going to continue drawing Duo today. Duo! Or as Echo calls it, Doce de leche. Which I forget what that actually means in Spanish, but I'm pretty sure it's some kind of milk. Or some dairy product. A dessert? You could just Google it. Oh my god. It's not like I have the internet at my disposal, DGs. Dulce de leche. Oh yeah, it looks like it's candy made from milk. Duo's a dairy product? Damn. No, he's the milk with milk. Two with milk. Yeah, because instead of dulce, it's dose. Oh, right. Just add milk to all of your fragment shadows. Makes them infinitely better. I take Ethan by the feet and dunk him into a glass of milk. Crunchy. We're almost there. Few more seconds to have everyone pile in. The climax is upon us. Almost. The reading is much more reasonable this time, too. It's like 57-ish pages, if I remember correctly. Nowhere near as extreme as the last reading. And with that, I will see if I remember how everyone sounds like as we get to reading. Oh. It is a very beautiful thumbnail. Okay. Chapter 18. The atmosphere is tense as the group of wizards occupy Kimberly's dining room. Lucre has taken a chair. The rest stand. Electro and Ethan situate themselves at one end of the table, with Kimberly opposite them at the other. The only one not present in the room is Jake. He opted for the sofa, sitting quietly with his head held in his hands. Kimberly can't help but worry about him as Electro gives a short briefing on the events that transpired on Kendon. She's never seen her boyfriend appear so defeated before. She can only wonder about what is gnawing at his mind. Is it the loss of another shard, or something else entirely? Well, Electro? Ethan inquires once the wizard's overview concludes. What do you think it might do now? Sparks of static jump from his clothes as Electro stares down at the table. Well, now that it knows that Shadow is using my body, I don't think it'll be eager to show its face anytime soon. If anything, it'll know that we'll bring the final shard right to it. It just has to be patient. The husk lets out a tired sigh, his head turning away. Do we even know where the final shard is? Kimberly asks the room. Lucre shrugs, his head tilting from side to side. He might have an idea, but not where. Ethan, on the other hand, stiffens. The room shakes as the shadows grow longer. His onyx eyes lock with hers as he places a hand on his chest. I have it. A pang of surprise shoots through Kimberly. He means to say that he's been wandering around with a shard to the font of magic inside him this entire time? How did she not know this? Did he even know? He scowls to himself. He doesn't seem all that happy admitting that fact aloud either. His fingers curl, tugging at his shirt as if he were trying to dig his way through skin and rip the shard from wherever it's being held within him. It learns fast, Electro warns. It's already figured out how to use ice magic. Dread descends upon the room. That's not a good sign. If it's actively learning how to use the shards it already has, then they can't just leave it alone and take their time gathering strength. No matter what, it will always outclass them, even if they leave it be. An eager smile worms its way across Electro's face as he says what every being is thinking. Looks like we'll just have to take the fight to it this time. We, Ethan echoes, folding his arms with a hard scowl. Me and Shadow is one thing. You, on the other hand. This isn't just your problem. Electro cuts him off rather forcefully, his mood souring in an instant. Bolts of lightning jump from his clothes and hair as he stares the husk down. I'm coming with you. This is still my Shadow we're dealing with here. Ethan gives Electro a strong, silent glare of unhappiness, though it eventually shifts to the rest of the group. Well, what about the rest of you? Lucre's hand instantly shoots up into the air. I will go, he states, each word spoken sharp and clear. This is important to the Cerberus. I will not let it get away with taking our peace. Lucre, Ethan grumbles, shaking his head. He looks like he wants to refute the prince, but he can't bring himself to turn him down. Kimberly wants to speak up too. He might have survived Corridon. He might have managed to return from Kendon unscathed. But surely the only heir to Mirage would be a little more cautious about wanting to face even 2 parts of the font of magic. I don't think you going is a good idea, Lucre, she voices. Lucre twists around in his chair, his eyes wide with offense and determination and his fangs bared. You should really care about your own safety. What if... I've fought before, he retorts. Don't treat me like... What if you never return? She proposes. What do you think your mother will do? Her question shuts him down with ease. His face contorts, wrinkling in confusion as he tries to determine what emotion to express. That fighting fire blazing in his eyes whittles away, until he's left with nothing to do but stare listlessly at the wall behind her. You shouldn't make your family worry, she adds gently. Or your people. I will go. A new voice chimes in. Jake stands in the center of the archway, staring at the others with a dull gaze. Despite how tired he looks, he manages to hold his head up high with confidence. This proposal disturbs the young Cerberus, making him jump out of his chair. But, he exclaims. Jake's eyes shift to Kimberly. She sucks in a deep breath. He's committed to going, and he knows that she is too, despite not having announced her intention yet. His head tilts forward as he says, I go where she goes. Kim? Ethan prompts, his expectant stare befalling her. Kimberly nods back, confirming his unspoken thought. I would like to put this family matter to rest. Absolutely not. Electro's voice suddenly fills the room. Full bolts of lightning arc from his hair and fingers as he slams a hand down onto the table with a thunderous boom. The very core of her being quivers before his cold gaze. It takes her a moment to recover from her shock. His powerful response leaves her feeling extremely confused. What about her offering to help would elicit such a response like that? She clears her throat and straightens her back, answering his intense stare with a cold look of her own. I'm going with you. He blows through his gritted teeth, his head turning away from the group sharply. He heaves each breath in an effort to settle his emotions, though his body remains stiff. His fingers claw at the table, trying to tear the wood apart by his nails alone. He doesn't appear to like his own thoughts the longer he is silent for. I'm blessed, Kimberly feels the need to add, tilting her body forward. I can do a lot with snow already. No, Electro states again, meeting her gaze with an electric stare. You're still a student. You both are. Though he hardly makes an effort to include Jake in his statement. From all the way over here, her skin crawls and hairs bristle with his magical energy, as if he were standing right in front of her. I would like them to come too, Ethan adds, jumping in to help. The more the better. Have either of you sparred before? Electro asks, his eyes not once breaking away from Kimberly. In class, Kimberly promptly answers. As a shadow, Jake adds tentatively. Both of us did. Jake, Kimberly can't help but sigh. That's the last thing she wanted to be reminded of right now, despite it being true. Electro falls silent again, electricity arcing from his clothes in a furious storm. His glare only continues to intensify by the second, leaving Kimberly even more confused than before. There's something deeply personal about all of this, she feels, but what? Fine. He reluctantly growls at last, and at once his magic withdraws from the air around them. He turns to Ethan and demands, I want to see how good she is first. The husk tilts his head. Just Kim? Right now? Shadow vouched for Jake, so if she can handle herself, I won't argue, he states. If she can't, she stays here. Kimberly sucks in an eager breath. A test of her magical skill to win him over? This will be her chance to prove herself in battle, not just to Electro, but to herself as well. To show that her poor judgment on Gardal was just a fluke, a stroke of bad luck and poor timing. She's better than that. She knows it. Kimberly nods, agreeing with the electromancer. All right, I'll do it. Ethan folds his arms. His lips purse as he thinks, his eyes searching the table. Whatever you want to do, he sighs at last. I'll meet you by the lake next cycle. He looks at Lucre and adds, let's go before it gets too cold for you. The prince gives him a tense nod and stands from his seat. He takes one last look at Kimberly and Jake, sucking in his lips like he wants to say something. Instead, he gives them each a quiet nod as Ethan rests a hand on his shoulder, gently guiding him out of the room. Well, Kimberly says with a small, tense sigh, turning to Jake, I guess I'll see you in a bit. A frown works its way across Jake's tired face. What? No, I'll come with... You look tired, Kimberly interrupts him gently. You should sleep as soon as you can. But... Kimberly shakes her head. We won't be gone long. Don't worry about me. Jake presses his lips together, contemplating her words. He doesn't like the idea of staying behind just to sleep, but Kimberly will be with Electro and Shadow. She'll be more than safe, even though they're sparring. Finally, he hangs his head. All right, just be safe. I promise, Kimberly replies with a soft smile. Electro leads the way to the training grounds. His stare is dark and distant. He doesn't appear all that pleased with the situation he's found himself in. Kimberly walks a few steps behind him, also silent, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Part of her wishes Jake were here, if only to keep her company in this awkward situation she's found herself in. But he's not here to keep her company this time. The training grounds are quiet at this time of the cycle. The sharp scratch of the quill as Electro checks them in at the front counter breaks the stillness briefly. Inside, there's only a single illusionist meditating in the far corner, the air shimmering around them. Their eye cracks open as the two stride past into the sparring area in the back. It's a spacious circular room with the center fighting ring sunk below a cone of raised seats. Soft yellow light streams down from above, firelights flickering in small ice glass orbs. There are windows at the top of the room, providing them with a cool draft as they walk down to the dirt ring below. With each step, the atmosphere grows heavier, pressing itself against her skin. Kimberly can't help but run her hands up and down her arms to try and alleviate some of the tension. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. She's never really sparred properly before. Sure, she's had to forcefully remove some troublesome customers from her shop before, and ASM does teach lessons on theoretical combat scenarios, but that's about all she knows. In practice, well, she's already seen her performance there. She probably shouldn't compare herself to Electro too much. Just because he's been in a coma for 18 years doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's doing. His shadow can fight scarily well. She doesn't doubt that he, too, is around that same skill level, which means he must have sparred a lot in his younger years, or was quite the void terror himself. Electro stops and turns around, a dark shadow cast across his face as he regards the cryomancer. Lightning crackles around him, electrifying the night with the buzz of its power. My shadow won't hold back, so neither will I, he warns. Each crack of his knuckles snaps sharply. Despite his meek figure, his radiating magic does its best to make the pair feel intimidated. Huh? Confusing myself. Okay. After all, Shadow is propping him up too. Hit me with your best shot. Kimberly stiffens. This doesn't feel right. Granted, she is scared, but she's also not sure if Electro should be doing this in the first place. She doesn't want him to strain himself. Are you sure? Kimberly asks. Electro's cold stare meets her eyes. If it were up to me, you'd stay. But since it's not, I want to be sure that I won't be going with a dead weight. So prove to me you can hold your own. The air around Kimberly starts to sparkle with flakes of white snow. The air shifts, carrying the specks on its back, washing away any warmth around her. All she needs to do is envision it, and it appears. The snow clumps, and from it form and from its soft powdery base, ice begins to emerge, sharp and pointed. "All right," she mutters beneath her breath. Even as she prepares her magic, Electro doesn't move. He bends his leg to tap the ground with the toe of his boot, his head tilted as he observes the wizard across from him. It doesn't look like he's going to make the first move. She raises her hand, her fingers spread and her will focused. The air sends her spikes flying forward, converging on a singular point. Though, as they near him, his magic spurs into action. Bright white fingers reach out to meet her spikes head-on. Some are caught and are redirected around Electro's body, being pushed down to the dirt or to the curved wall just over his shoulders. Others, however, are obliterated where they are, bursting into an explosion of cold glitter. He doesn't even move, let alone flinch. Once the onslaught concludes, he rushes forward, his feet leaving the ground. She knew electromancers could move fast if they wanted to, but not like this. In reaction to the oncoming threat, she throws her arms to the ground. Ice shoots from her feet, rising up into a wall of sparkling blue. Though it's opaque, she can still see the shadow he casts steadily darkening as he nears the wall. Crash! He bursts through the whole thing in one strike. His arms shield his face and head as the wall rains down on top of him, though his momentum has been completely killed. In the brief moment he's frozen for, Kimberly raises her hands again, gathering her magic for another barrage, letting her spikes fly unfettered. Electro's gaze flickers upwards, a crimson sparkle flashing across his eyes, and in an instant a wall of dense darkness rises up to meet the oncoming fire. One by one, in rapid succession, the projectiles burst against the misty barrier. She puts a foot forward, letting her ice race across the ground. Her hope is to trap him with only one way forward, that being through the shadowy barrier. However, a bright purple blur streaks its way from its cover before she can even begin to think about raising thick walls. She sucks in a breath and quickly twists to try and track Electro as he skirts the edge of the ring. But her eyes can't focus on him at all as he begins to kick up dust. Right. She grits her teeth and wills her eyes across the ground in long, sparkling arrows, curving up onto the walls that surround them. With the slightest thought, the walls grow 5 long pillars, appearing almost like spokes on a wheel. With a bright electrical burst, Electro leaps into the air, just narrowly missing one of the pillars as his dash is forcefully interrupted, though the storm of lightning he leaves in his wake already chips away at the pillar's edges, sending puffs of white glitter fluttering through the air. She throws an arm out at him, throwing at him even more projectiles. Just like before, they either burst or are driven elsewhere by the Electromancer's lightning. He stares down at her with an expression she struggles to read. It's not condescending, which is her first gut feeling, but also not disinterested. Then he lands with a mighty thud, twisting his body towards her, and he launches. His arms are reeled back, ready to strike, his gaze that of deadly focus. Kimberly's stomach drops sharply. There's no doubt in her mind that he's looking to actually strike her. A shriek of surprise escapes Kimberly's lips as her arms shoot out at the ground. She manages to raise a glittering blue wall just in time to block the incoming Electromancer, only for it to shatter to pieces in one strike. Only now he's still coming at her, unlike last time, and fast. She throws herself to the ground. The air left in Electro's wake jumps towards her, kissing her skin with its power. The wizard skids to a halt not far away, already turning his body around to face her again. Kimberly pounds a fist on the small patch of ice she is surrounded by, redirecting her bright blue streaks. 3 large pillars rise between her and Electro, giving her just enough time to scramble back to her feet. Parting the wild hair from her face, she sees Electro laughing in front of her as he descends from the sky, lightning striking the ground around him in a furious storm. "Stars above!" her mind gasps as her body reacts. Her arms shoot forward, and a wall springs up between the two of them. Then she swings them out to her sides, and the ice stretches out into 2 curved drifts of jagged spikes, enclosing Kimberly in a circular ring. She only manages to gulp down 2 breaths of icy air before Electro jumps back into view, soaring over her walls with ease. They weren't very tall to begin with, but she didn't think he would have been able to scale them in just one jump. He beams down at her from above, legs bent and arms extended, flashing with brilliant light. But he's up in the air again, right in front of her, too. The perfect chance. Kimberly arcs her hands through the air, summoning the snow to her side once again. Her spikes throw themselves at Electro's suspended figure in a massive wave. Each one fired has a second right behind it, and a third behind that. As expected, as each spike nears, the Electromancer's magic catches them, and the bolts make the air glitter with broken ice. How long can he withstand the barrage for, though? There should come a point where he won't be able to keep up, and there's nowhere else for him to go but down. But that hope quickly dies as she watches her ice explode and veer, completely leaving the paths that she sets for them. Electro doesn't appear to be hindered by the onslaught in the slightest. Undeterred, his boots strike the ground. He lowers himself into a crouch, spinning himself around and popping up again with one leg raised high. Stunned, Kimberly can only watch as the sole of his boot makes its way right to her face. Her eyes close, her body flinching as it braces for impact. A burst of electric air rushes past her face, stinging her cheeks sharply. But she still stands. The kick never connects. Her eyes crack open slowly, one at a time. Her vision is filled with Electro's leather boot. It hovers a hair away from the tip of her nose, reflecting her heavy and panicked breaths back at her. Her legs shaking, she takes a step backwards. He lowers his leg at last, revealing a very disappointed frown spread across his face. He finds some solid footing before slipping his hands back into his pockets. Not good enough, he huffs. Kimberly blinks, his comment slow to register in her mind. Not good enough? That doesn't make any sense. I'm the best in my class, she stammers back in complete shock. Electro raises a skeptical eyebrow, cocking his head. Really? He hums. His attention turns to the curved ice wall that rings the 2 wizards. He steps up to the wall, leaning in close to inspect it. Then, without warning, he gives it a solid punch. It shatters, exploding into tiny shards of ice. Through the mist of dancing lights, he turns back to Kimberly, perplexed. He jabs a thumb at the new hole he just created. It shouldn't be that easy. Anger begins to build in her chest, a howling gale that wraps itself around her heart and squeezes it tight. What does he know about gauging the strengths of ice magic? He reaches out to the edge of the hole. Grabbing the ice as firmly as he can, he sets to work freeing a chunk of it from the greater hole. It doesn't take much effort for cracks to start spreading across the whole structure, bright white fractures stabbing through the cool blue. Another few tugs, and a chunk breaks free, another spray of ice being sent to the ground. He bounces the piece of ice from one hand to the other, tumbling it through the air as he inspects every corner and face with scrutiny. It's so grainy, he announces. He holds the ice up in his hand and asks, "Have you ever seen what your ice looks like?" "Of course I have," Kimberly answers in astonishment. How dare he imply that she doesn't know her own crystal structure? It's supposed to be like that. He throws the ice to the ground, and it explodes into millions of white shards. The air fills with the shimmering waterfall of bouncing crystals. "How long have you had your blessing for?" he asks. Kimberly has to pause and think about this one. She raises a hand to her face as she moves her lips silently, counting the years. It's been quite a long time since she was first able to summon snow. It's always felt like it was just the other cycle off the top of her head. "Almost 9 years, she answers at last, looking up again. Electro folds his arms, a troubled frown befalling his face. He taps his foot against the dirt. His head twitches as he keeps it from shaking. His brow furrows as he gazes at the remaining constructs around him. His tongue runs across his lips. In Jake's defense, there aren't many beings in ASTRIA who are able to teach him what he needs, he says at last, his voice rising to fill the grand space. He wants to make sure that the others can hear his thoughts, too. His body shifts to Kimberly. With you, there aren't any excuses. You should be better than this. His eyes flicker up and down her form, searching for some kind of explanation to his thought process. Ice isn't strong because it's thick or dense. It's strong because it's woven to be strong. This is fine for activities like sculpting, but you're not... Oh, what do you know? You're not a cryomancer, Kimberly says, stamping her foot down in protest. She won't be lectured by this wizard on how her magic should be. I was married to one, Electra retorts harshly. His magic dances around his body in an enraged fury. And if it weren't for Brian, I'd still be with her. Well, maybe you didn't deserve her then. Kelsey was the only being I had. The thunderous roar fills the quiet night, reverberating around the stands and crashing back down on top of the two wizards in the pit below. Kimberly feels the color drain from her face, her stare unable to look anywhere else but the distressed wizard standing before her. Electro jabs an arm at her, lightning jumping across the way to land at her feet. You are not going. That's final. Kimberly shakes her head. Slowly at first, but it builds into a violent whip. It feels like the world around is spinning without her, shifting out from beneath her feet. No, wait, what? Electro turns his back to her, his head bowed. His arms rise to his front. His fingers wrap around the sides of his head, digging into his hair. Kelsey and him, that doesn't make any sense. Her father never mentioned anything about Kelsey having been with another being before him. At last, he lets out a frustrated sigh as he turns back to her with a hard scowl. I can't help you, Kimberly, he says, his voice deep with exhaustion. He waves a hand at her glittering eyes. This is too many years of leniency on you. You're probably better off just using just your blessing than your magic. This, he knocks against the edge of the hole, is too fragile on its own to be of any use. He's the one to walk off first. Kimberly's thoughts churn slowly. They're crowded by too many things, too many emotions. She yanks her arm out, closing her fist. Her ice shatters in an instant, disappearing back into the ether from whence it came. Wait, she yells, her voice sharp and demanding as she feels her heart boil with heat. Electro falters, turning around with wide eyes as if she sounded to be in grave danger. She drops her arms to her side, though her fist tightens to the point where it trembles as she stares cold spikes of ice into Electro's distant gaze. No, you can't just leave like that, she reprimands breathlessly. Her body shifts without direction, unsure as to what it should do despite knowing that it's incredibly mad. Her head swivels, not quite a shake, but close enough. Her shoes claw at the ground beneath her. You and Kelsey, I'm her daughter. So what does that mean? She takes a shaky breath to steady herself in her racing mind. Please, just give me a straight answer. Just one. Just once. Electro's hard scowl softens as he stares at her in this frantic state. His dark amethyst eyes hardly flicker as she feels his electric stare look up and down, over and over again. Then, with a sigh, he turns back around and slowly saunters up to her. He places his hands on her shoulders, and their eyes lock together. "Look," he says slowly, his tone calm and even, like he had been rehearsing what he'd say in a situation like this. "For all intents and purposes, we are complete strangers. You didn't need to go this far to help me. You've done enough. Please." And he gives her a tight squeeze with his bony fingers. "Don't go. I beg you. Don't throw your life away for my sake." Kimberly can't help but stare back in stunned silence, her eyes searching his for a clearer answer. Something she can hold on to, that can help her make sense of all this insanity that he just won't tell her for one reason or another. Her body acts before her mind can catch up, and she shakes her head slowly. The words follow soon after. "I'm coming. This is as much about me as it is about you, too." Electro's the one to finally break eye contact, his head turning to the side as his eyes close to think, to process her answer. He doesn't have to like it. Now she understands why. She thinks. It'd be nice to have the confirmation come from him, though, that she is his daughter. As ludicrous as it sounds in her head, it's the only explanation as to why he has been so irrationally adamant about her staying behind. Only her. But how? Why? What happened between him and Kelsey? What about Jay? Who's her real father and who isn't? At long last, Electro heaves a weary sigh, his shoulders visibly slumping as he turns back to her. "Fine. I won't stop you. You're almost an adult after all. But what about you and Kelsey? And me?" Electro quietly mulls over his answer, his lips parting and closing in rapid succession as he picks his words carefully, appearing disappointed with himself the entire time. "I promised your parents the chance to explain to you first," he finally says. "But you are my daughter." He frees her shoulders from his vice-like grip at last. A small air of static rises between the two, making Kimberly's exposed skin tingle and itch. "So when this is all over, you should go talk to them," Electro adds as he turns away from her. "But for now, what we need is a good rest. So let's not keep standing around here doing nothing." Jake sits upon the couch as the other two return home from their training session. He would have gone to sleep if his mind wasn't so awake. There's just too much weighing on it for him to simply turn it off for one night. They both stumble into view in strange dazes. Kimberly doesn't appear to be very present, her eyes somewhat misty with tears she seems to not be aware of. Electro looks a lot more physically exhausted, though his glassy eyes betray the weight of the thoughts stirring in his head. Thoughts he doesn't look all too happy entertaining. The electromancer throws himself down onto the mattress and heaves a heavy sigh, his whole body deflating as he relaxes as best he can. Kimberly lingers in the doorway. "We didn't wake you, did we?" Her voice is small, but not quite a whisper, concerned about him, yet emotionally flat at the same time. "No, I was awake already," Jake replies with his own gravelly tone. He stands and makes his way over to her, pressing one of his warm fingers against her cold cheek, as he takes a quick glance at her figure. Physically, she appears to be uninjured, but of course, looks can always be deceiving. Are you okay? Kimberly answers first with a shaky breath, her eyes briefly darting over his shoulder to the resting electromancer behind him. We can talk in my room. Jake simply nods and lets her lead the way. She flicks the lights on and off as she sees fit, only half bothering to consider the being behind her before ultimately deciding she's too tired to care. Jake doesn't mind. He'd do the exact same thing if he were in her position, no doubt. But she keeps the light in her bedroom off as she makes herself comfortable on the edge of the blanketed mattress. Jake joins her slowly, his eyes still adjusting to the dark after all the brightness of the stairs and hallway outside. Are you still going? He prompts her gently. I am, she confirms. Sharp, firm, already decided in her mind. She won't be backing down, so neither will he. But, she quickly adds, I don't know how much help I'll actually be. She raises a hand out in front of her, staring down at her limp, half-curled fingers. She holds this position for the longest moment before letting it all drop, her head hanging and her body slouching forward. It's still a lot, she mutters. What he said. What did he say? Kimberly clasps her hands together in her lap. Despite being the best in my class, I'm not actually as good as I thought I was. Jake can't help but shift on the bed, leaning away from her out of surprise. Kimberly, a blessed wizard, the top of her class. This doesn't make any sense. I might be able to cover you, she continues in that eerily calm, albeit weary tone. But I don't know what else I'll be able to do to help being like this. Jake lets his face fall into sympathy as he places a hand onto her shoulder to try and give her some comfort. Though his eyes wander away from her and down to the floor instead. I've been wondering the same thing about myself, too. How useful I'll actually be. What do you mean? Jake takes a deep breath, steeling himself even as his gut churns with a thick ball of dread. This is far from how he envisioned Kimberly finding out about his failing grades. But now they actually matter. Now they might mean life or death, and not just a breakup. I'm not doing too good in class either, he answers honestly, a little hint of shame underpinning his words. I'm the worst in my class with my magic, and I just started learning how to use my sword properly. I might get held back if my grades don't start improving soon. Or I'll get expelled. Kimberly stares back at him quietly, processing his admission. Her gaze is cold, burning icy holes into the side of his head. She practically radiates disbelief with every bit of her being. How long has this been an issue for? She asks at last. All year, Jake replies after a tense pause. He lets his hand drop from her shoulder back to his side, his fingers pressing down hard into the blanket beneath him. Well, actually, it started last year, but I didn't think it was going to get this bad. And you never told me, she softly states. No, I didn't. He can't help but release a defeated sigh. He wants to make excuses for why he hadn't told her before, some already stir in his head, but knows that, in truth, all he had ever been was scared, unable to face his own shortcomings and potential of a broken heart. I'm still coming with you, he adds, though he doesn't say it with much confidence. I just don't know if I'll be dead weight or not. Kimberly places one of her hands gently atop his, drawing his attention back to her. Her eyes seem to shine with small white sparkles in the darkness. Don't worry, Jake. I know you. You'll find a way to be helpful. She gives him a tight and loving squeeze to reaffirm her belief in him. It makes a small swirl of warm embers rise within his chest. He takes a slow, deep breath and nods back. He will. He needs to. Thanks, he replies. He licks his lips, parting them as if he were to speak more, because there is more he wants to tell her. Everything, in fact. But he doubts that now is the right time to bring it all up to her. Asna, his potential ancestry, Lucre, Ryan, there's a lot that stirs in his head. Some of the story he never talked to her about because he didn't even know the truth for himself. Now that he thinks he has all the information he has been lacking for so long, it's been difficult to reconcile with the conclusions he's been drawing. That he was unwanted and left to die while his brother was kept and grew up in luxury. But even Lucre didn't have a father either, just like Jake. Jake feels like he was a bit too harsh on Lucre on the lift. Only a bit. He was not in the mood to talk about it then. He doubts he'll want to ever discuss it at all. It throws all he's ever known into disarray, despite the fact that it's all already there. He can deny it all he wants, but Jake is a Cerberus to a certain degree, and he is also a wizard. But looking into Kimberly's tired eyes, he knows she isn't up for a conversation like that right now, especially not since they'll be leaving Cassandra at first light to combat Electra's shadow and save the Font of Magic. The fate of ASTRIA rests in their ability to stop it. There's little time for talk now, but whenever they succeed, they'll have all the time in the universe to discuss. You should try and get some sleep, he announces at last as he stands from her bed. Kimberly releases a positive hum of acknowledgement, her wintry gaze following him as he walks over to the bedroom door. Good night, Jake, she mutters. I hope you get some sleep. Jake looks back at her with a flash and flashes her a soft smile. Don't worry about me, Kim. We'll be fine. Chapter 19. Electro strolls up to the meeting point with Kimberly and Jake quietly in tow. None of them have spoken a word since waking up. The couple stride side by side, holding each other's hands in subtle support. He's still not happy that Kimberly's coming along. He'll have to have Jake stay back and guard her. Hey, he calls out, raising a hand in the air. Ethan and Lucre stand by the lakeside, chatting with the healer. The three turn to face Electro and the other wizards. The healer readjusts his goggles to get a clearer look at the newcomers. Thanks, Blaze, Ethan says, giving the beings at his side a light wave. You better stop by when you're done, the healer warns. He gives the three other wizards one last look, his mouth twitching uncomfortably. You too. Okay, Kimberly replies, unsure as to what she's agreeing to, but it's enough for the healer. Good luck, Lucre encourages with a bright smile as the healer extends an arm, likely guiding the Cerberus away by the shoulder. His other hand is buried deep into his pocket. The fabric around his fingers shift as he fidgets with something stashed within. All right, Fragment, Electro says, folding his arms. We're here. Now, where are we going? Ethan bows his head, one hand rising to pull down the brim of his hat as the other rests on his chest. Inside him, shadow swirls with agitation. As the husk feels the shard within, an invisible breeze washes over the group, rustling Electro's hair. Down, he says at last, to the center of Astria. Kimberly and Jake look at each other, both exchanging wondrous and eager glances. They're going beneath the islands? To the center of the world? That's what they seem to ask each other in their shared silence. Are you all ready? Ethan asks, drawing the attention of the wizards back to him. Concern glows in his dark eyes as he stares past Electro. This is your last chance to stay. Kimberly takes a deep breath and nods. So does Jake. The husk raises his arms. The darkness around them shudders and sharpens, stretching towards him as he calls it forth, bending it to his will. The shadows move like liquid as it washes the ground beneath their feet, blanketing them with its cold embrace, before rising up and over their heads. The light of the cycle is blocked out, leaving the four beings able to only see each other in a vast expanse of black. We're going down now, Ethan announces. Really? Kimberly breathes in awe. Electro frowns and folds his arms. He doesn't want to be a skeptic. It's hard to be one anyway, with everything he's been through as of late. But it really doesn't feel like they've moved from the lakeside at all. Even though he can't see outside anymore, his body feels strangely still. Ah, he thinks. That's it. The stillness doesn't feel quite right. Even though he's standing in place, his center of mass is shifting ever so slightly. I don't know how long it'll take to get to the bottom, Ethan adds. Until then, try not to be too distracting. Kimberly and Jake huddle close together, their hands joined as they whisper to each other. The occasional word grazes past his ears, but it's not enough for him to guess what they're talking about. Electro stands by himself with Shadow as his only company, though it sits silently in his chest, content with merely existing. He keeps stealing glances over at Kimberly. She does the same back to him, so he doesn't feel too bad about doing it. He has been feeling a little guilty about the way he acted last night. He didn't really help her at all. He just exploded. It's sad to see her magic in such a state. The strength of one's ice is the ultimate pride of cryomancers. He knows that all too well, though with her family lineage and her blessing as such a young... at such a young age. Somewhere along the way, things changed to make her life easier. Jay never pushed her, nor did her teachers, by the looks of it. Blessings are gifts from the spirits to be rigorously nurtured to their fullest extent, not coddled and given free passes. He raises a fist to his mouth and loudly clears his throat, though he tilts his head so that he doesn't have to look at the wizards. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see Kimberly shift her attention to him. Don't forget you still have control over your projectiles, Kimberly, he states. You've got the right idea. Cryomancers would kill to be able to summon their ice whenever they want. Wherever they want. You just have to think a little more creatively. I can speak. I think. Your blessing is your greatest strength, so use it as much as you can. Kimberly is quiet as his words sink in. He doesn't know if she's processing or waiting for him to say more. Sadly, that's about all the advice he can think of for now. He's left standing in the dark, waiting for something to happen. We're here. Ethan's voice cuts through the eternal silence. He gestures to the darkness, and, following his movements, the dome opens once more, after what feels like an eternity in its sightless embrace. The moment any light can pierce their protection, it streams down on the wizards with its blinding majesty. It takes a while for Electra's eyes to adjust to the shining, blinking furiously to help the process along. Once he can make out shapes and colors in detail, his mind feels about ready to explode as it processes the incomprehensibility, the incomprehensibly magical scene. What did I say, like, 2 minutes ago? Astria's core is one gigantic hollow sphere, most likely a perfect sphere if the spirits made this place, with half of its rocky face left intact and the other fractured into hundreds, if not thousands, of tiny pieces. Looking between the pieces, the surface is nowhere in sight. The early light of the cycle is nowhere to be seen. The black void he spent all his life staring into is now above him, an endless night that stretches on forever. The edges of the divide between the whole and fragments are aglow with golden sparkles that rain down from above, the little specks of starlight being drawn to the center of the world. The space is illuminated by some unseen source, painting the curved rock with all sorts of colors that swim and swirl together, forming new colors as they collide and dividing into many different shades completely on a whim. The buzz of magic is strong here, almost overpowering, vibrating against his body so strongly that he forgets that he even has a body to begin with. He didn't even realize that he'd stopped breathing until he feels Shadow's cold numbness in his chest, forcing the air in and out of his lungs for him. Hashtag manual breathing. He closes his eyes to escape the bedazzling sight, only to find that it's burned itself into his mind. The colors still swirl in the darkness, refusing to give him respite from their indescribable dance. This is clearly not a place intended to be seen by just any regular being on Astria. With his eyes still shut tight, he feels a pull against his body, both internally and externally. The magic wraps around him, trying to drag him forward, deeper into Astria's center. It invades him, hooking onto his limbs and tightening like a puppeteer's strings. He opens his eyes again. A small white light has appeared in the middle of the arcane chaos, flashing at him invitingly. Its stable glow is a welcome sight in this place of overwhelming sensation. Ethan flicks a hand forward, and the dark ground the group stands on slides forward through the air. It's hard to tell how fast they're going exactly. There's no air or wind down here to feel. But the sensation of magic, as bad as it was before, grows exponentially. As they near the glow, it shrinks and turns into a black figure flying about Astria's center. What other being could it be but Electro's own shadow, waiting for them to arrive with the last shard? With 2 shards, taking it down might be challenging. Shadow comments, trying to push past the tightness in its own voice to sound more confident than it feels. Electro pats his chest and nods, trying to give it whatever comfort he can provide. The closer they get to the flying star, the golden sparkles from the border barrier above come together before his very eyes to form a large platform that slices the heart of the world into 2. The tiny lights weave themselves into a transparent floor that floats in the air. With it, some sense of orientation within this impossibly massive space is regained. Electro's shadow slows its zipping as it finally notices the approaching beings, its figure sharpening into view. Around its body freely dances the 2 shards it has already obtained, aglow with unspoken happiness at having been brought back to their home, all the while hovering close to their protector. "Welcome!" the shadow greets them as the 4 land on the golden light. It's warm beneath Electro's boots, filling him with part of its arcane strength. It courses with a strange sense of love and duty that stirs deep within his heart. Shadow swirls, reaching out to try and touch the distant emotions. The twisted shadow above them grins with glee, its gaze trained solely on Ethan. It's sizing him up, looking for the shard nestled within him. He raises a hand before him, stating, "If you want my shard, you'll have to rip it out of me." The shadow's smile doesn't falter, as if it were expecting him to say that. Instead, it rears its head back and bursts out laughing. Its body arcs so far that it spins around in the air, popping back up the other side, facing the wizards once more. "I have a better idea," it replies ominously. By the time any being realized what the shadow was doing, it was already far too late to stop it. Electra's shadow bursts into smoke, turning itself into a long black arrow. The shards elongate with it, curling themselves around its new form. But it's not returning to its rightful place at all. The instant Electra's shadow comes into contact with Ethan's body, his head snaps back in an instant. His hat flies from his head as his cape billows out violently, warding off any who dare to try and approach the husk. The lone hat, a black stain in the world of bright color, drifts away on some magical wind, growing smaller and smaller as it twists and twirls, reveling in its freedom. Static fills the air. Bright bolts of white lightning jump from the husk's figure, leaping out into the void and driving the others back. The other two half-orbs that floated in the twisted shadow's hands bend and expand, wrapping themselves around Ethan's wrists like a pair of glowing shackles. His fingers curl and twitch uncontrollably as his body starts to shake. Bright cracks of white light begin to make their way across his body, even cutting through his clothes. Electro's body falls away in a storm of blinding hot rage. His mind is being crushed by Shadow as it summons its weapon and rushes the husk with murderous intent. A disjointed roar only a fragment Shadow can produce leaves Electro's lips as it lunges, leaving his throat ravaged by the Divine's rage. But its sword only pierces the cape. In the blink of an eye, Ethan's body disappears into thin air. Well, it's Electro's now. There was no fanfare, no glow, no noise, no obvious tell that it was going to happen. It simply happened. Then a tremendous blast of magic blows from the right, threatening to knock Electro over with its gale. Ethan has reappeared as quickly and silently as he had just vanished, floating in the air above the present beings. Sprouting from behind are long strands of colorful light, each one humming with their own resonance, which come together to form a strong vibration that rocks Electro's very core. They drift in the air aimlessly, a mass of tiny tentacles all clustered together, exploring reality around them. Ethan gazes on the strings with twisted pleasure, one hand raised as if to feel them. In the presence of such overwhelming power, the air around him presses down on his body like a single massive weight. His chest seems to flatten as the air is forced out of him momentarily. Behind him, both Kimberly and Jake released alarm gasps for air, much more severe than his. Shadow tries to keep Electro steady, even as its attention is fully enraptured by its possessed husk. The husk's head turns, a distant yet mischievous smile across his face. His eyes gleam crimson red, alive with the shadow now inhabiting his shell of a being. His chest pulses with the soft glow of the heartbeat within, the two shards around his wrists following its rhythm. For the first time since the Great War, the husk speaks, the shadow within using Ethan's voice with twisted pleasure. The eyes linger on Electro, gazing inward to the entity within his own body, sensing and relishing in Shadow's ever-growing anger. The shards have been reunited, and the font of magic returned to its rightful place. He lets out a triumphant laugh as he floats in the air, his body completely at ease. Its guard is lowered, Shadow states. It rushes forward once more at alarming speed, moving through the font's presence so fast that it feels like Electro's skin is going to tear from his body. Its gaze is trained on the beating shard in the husk's chest, sword at the ready. Wait! Electro tries to stop it, But his thought is drowned out by the fragment's icy presence. It pushes him away, not wanting to be held back. Ethan's mouth twitches, bringing Electro's body to a dead stop. The point of Shadow's sword hovers a mere breath away from its target, but his body hangs suspended in the air, completely overtaken by whatever spell the husk has placed on him. Try as Shadow might, it cannot force Electro's body to shudder even slightly. Shudder. You should be grateful, the husk speaks, that your shell has become the living embodiment of all magic. Ethan, Shadow cries out, unable to move Electro's mouth or even make his vocal cords quiver. Its broken voice is met with roaring silence. Then, without to one side, squeezing all the breath out of his lungs and attempting to draw his eyes right out of his head. But he's not left this way for long, as he soon makes impact with the rocky sphere. The world is spinning, too bright and out of focus to see. His body feels broken from head to toe. He can't move or breathe or even think. Did he feel his heart pop? Has his body been vaporized? How is he still alive? Snap! Crackle, snap! But he is forced to gasp for air as he hears and feels his body being pieced back together. Even with Shadow's numbing, he can still feel the pain ripple through him, reminding him that he is, in fact, still here. Somehow. A cry of agony escapes his coarse throat as he jolts and shakes uncontrollably. His heart is a small ball of fire pounding away. His lungs are forced to expand and contract, even as his ribs press into them painfully. His stomach burns. The rest of him feels about ready to fall out of his body, one way or another, with the only thing holding them in being the fragment Shadow refusing with its whole heart for him to die. His mind feels to float somewhere above him, spectating as it waits for the fragment to finish working its magic. The center star glows and shifts, brought alive by the body and consciousness it has been given. The other two wizards that were brought down as well are so small that the font's spectacle hides them completely from view. An intense sadness hangs over his mind. He doesn't feel the need to weep just yet. It's bottled and ready to burst at any moment. It's soul-crushing defeat. An endless void with no light in sight, the lingering remnants having been already snuffed out. His arms rise of their own accord, drawing his consciousness back. He emerges slowly from the hole his impact made in the rock. Shadow remains ever present, but it's regressed to being yet a second mind to his limbs. It holds him right at the very edge, where he's able to still hold on as they stare down at Astria's glowing, corrupted heart. Ethan, Shadow moans, its voice small, shivering, cracking beyond repair. Hey now, he breathes, attempting to offer it what little comfort he can. It's just occupying him, right? Like you are with me. The fragment is sick with worry, and at the same time is making him feel ill along with it. I don't hear him. I don't sense him. I can't see. I can't. His breathing increases rapidly against his will. His heart launches itself from his stomach to his throat and back down again. His head is starting to spin. His magic thrashes against his body. Despite it just having brought him back from the brink of death, it still feels like it's going to tear him apart from the inside. Stop! He cries out. Shadow's swirling condenses into a pit of uselessness. Its other half is gone, and it doesn't know what to do. But at least it's calm, and he can breathe again. So as Shadow got wise and managed to use their tactics against them, he's impressed that it came up with such a plan. It didn't need to fight them for the final shard when it could simply possess the husk that it's housed in. What worries him is that there was apparently no fight on Ethan's end. He was just swallowed whole, becoming one with the font. He closes his eyes. If they're fighting Ethan in the font now, they need to change their plan, too. That thing you did back on Kendon, when we connected, do it again. A pang of surprise rips through Shadow. Are you sure? It asks slowly. He nods. He's more than sure. There's no longer the time to be of two minds and emotions. If they're going to get back in there and be useful, then they will have to become essence and body. They already had a taste. Now they have to finally commit. It's never going to be perfect, but it's the only thing they can do. He feels Shadow's presence creep across his scalp, still somewhat hesitant. He doesn't blame it. Already it has had to get used to occupying a foreign husk, but now for it to connect with him on such a deep level? I'm ready, he reassures it. To prove his point, his fingers dig deeper into the rock, his nails scratching at its surface. He takes a breath, and he feels it follow along with him. It lets the air swirl around, feeling it weave in and out of its essence. Courage. It descends on his mind, a cold yet comforting blanket being run over his thoughts. His head throbs, pressing against this new force as it attempts to sink its fingers into him. His first instinct is to try and fight back against it. He exhales, easing his fear as best he can. Just a crack is enough for the fragment to worm its way inside. Electro squeezes his eyes shut and grits his teeth as the storm builds inside, trying to find an anchor to latch onto. Colors and noise, smells and sensations dance across all his senses, coming and going at their pleasure. Shadow's arrow whips around them chaotically, while simultaneously catching them in its embrace. Every time he blinks, something new flashes in the dark, a duality of emotion and memory. The thrill of sparring, flames and lightning dancing in the air overhead, the longing for light beneath a starless sky, the squeeze of a comforting hand walking aimless in the expansive city, the cold emptiness as forceful command pulls and warps. His free spirit clashes with its heavy chains. Authority demands to be respected, but instead it is ignored. A fun time with friends is forsaken for a higher duty. The colors are blending together, the line between a Sandra and Corridon blurring even further. They breathe. They exhale. And they do it again. And again. And again. The body shifts, and everything shifts along with it. Which one of them is it? Neither have been swallowed, but it's hard to tell which one commands. No, it should be directs. There are no orders given to either one. Just an agreement. So then they should agree on who's going to take charge, shouldn't they? A committee will still be slower than a single mind. Only because Shadow can't ever see itself taking charge the way Electro does. Or Ethan. It would only be confusing if Electro didn't understand. It hasn't known the meaning of the word free for far too long. Shouldn't it have a taste of it in action now? Later, perhaps, when there aren't beings in need of their help. An eager smile once more creeps across Electro's face as he prepares himself to jump. If it insists so badly, he might as well. Divine strength floods his limbs as they bend and flex, a pool of endless magic at his disposal, with his imagination being his own limitation. He leaps from the hole, lightning reaching out in his wake, sparking against the stone to push him forward with its energy. At the same time, a cold surge rushes to his feet, an invisible force kicking off from the rocky dome and adding to his speed. As hard as he can, he shoots through the air back towards Astria's heart. They've come too far to give up now. Chapter 20. Now, Ethan says, his head turning to the remaining beings below him. How about we play? It takes all of Jake's might to raise his sword, even as the magic emitting from the husk's figure pushes back, demanding he kneel down and submit to its might. As much as he doesn't want to harm his friend, he can't fight the shadow so long as it hides away. Though, this is the font of magic he's staring down, too. Before he can even begin to collect his thoughts, Ethan flashes forward, his hand wrapping around Jake's neck. He's hoisted into the air with little effort. The chuckles of his friend... The chuckles? I didn't know that fingers chuckled now. The knuckles of his friend's fingers digging deep into the underside of his chin. Jake! Kimberly cries out in alarm. A rush of cold air overtakes him as bright blue spikes rise around them, trapping the two inside of an icy canyon. Some of the ice breaks away, pointing inwards towards Ethan's form, stopping just shy of making contact with his body. I remember you, he chuckles as Jake dangles from his grasp. From the pyramid. It seems like you still have a lesson to learn. With all his might, Jake raises his sword arm, waving the blade in the husk's direction. But all he does is sidestep his weak attempt, flailing with little effort. From somewhere above, a large glob of white snow falls. It lands square on Ethan's extended arm with so much force that he reflexively releases Jake from his hold, finally rearing back. Jake somehow manages to land upright on his feet, though coughing and sputtering as his throat throbs with pain. With an angry roar, Ethan turns in his direction to the walls that box him in. He raises his arms, and with them the structure trembles and shakes. Cracks worm their way through the blue with ease, filling the air with its ear-splitting noise. It takes but a small twitch of his fingers, and the thing shatters completely, the jagged drift reduced to a series of sharp, floating shards. His crimson eyes are cast over Jake's shoulder, where Kimberly stands. He draws his arms back, and the ice follows in a massive swell. Jake kicks himself into action. He draws his foot back and raises his sword across his chest, his magic surging forward. He knows that he has only just started learning how to use his skills properly, so he'll have to hope that he can rely on his Suddenly I can't speak. What? He's improvising. He needs to rely on his Let me read that sentence again. He knows he has only just started learning how to use his skills properly, so he'll have to hope that he can rely on his improvisation for now. I'm going with it. Ethan pushes forward, sending the wave of ice on its way. At the same time, Jake throws his arm out, pushing the heat from within into the edge of his blade as hard as he can. He spins himself around in a wide arc, making sure to aim high as to not accidentally hit Kimberly with his flames. Red and orange mix with white and blue, curling around as many shards as possible and feasting on their essence, with more losing themselves to the roaring flames. Still, Kimberly lets out a scream of pain as she hides her face behind her arms. While Jake might have been able to melt a good portion of the shards, there are too many for him to handle completely. Small, bright red cuts appear across her arms, legs, and the sides of her face as the shards rush past her. Some manage to rip through her clothes and bounce off her sides as she twists her body to shield her front. He turns his ire back to the husk. He sweeps his sword down low, resetting his swing as he leaps forward. It'll be wide. It might not even connect. But he's going to try anyway. No being hurts his girlfriend. He brings his sword around, reaching out to strike the husk across his torso. Ethan staggers back, just narrowly missing being cleaved in two. His gaze fixates on Jake once again, a dark scowl crossing his face. He doesn't do much to combat Jake's swings other than twisting and turning, leaping and weaving. But Jake's better at keeping up now, thanks to Shadow. He keeps his sword close, careful to not overextend himself and flail wildly. Each swing brings him closer and closer to his target. With each arc, a burst of flame leaps forward, and attempting to scar the husk with its tiny yet sweltering might. Yet every time the tip of his blade comes within but a breath of the husk, it passes him by without fail. The flames, too, always seem to miss their mark, reaching for his face, yet swirling away through the air at the very last moment. Tenacious, the husk laughs, finding their little dance amusing. The next kick of his feet springs him back far out of Jake's reach. He would still try to give chase, if not for the husk raising a hand out in front of him, palm aglow with red light. A wave of intense heat blasts his face. He thought the lava lake on Kendon was hot, but at least it didn't make him feel like his body was going to spontaneously combust. I wonder how much of your own magic you will be able to withstand. The flames surge forward, a powerful blast of fire magic headed right for him. Aware of Kimberly standing somewhere behind him, he plants his feet firm and levels his sword at the oncoming flames. Blade aglow, its tip carves through the storm of red and orange, parting the magic so that it curves around them. But the small gap of sanctuary he's created slowly starts to shrink as the intensity of the magic steadily grows. Even with the golden platform having a surprising amount of grip to it, he starts to slip backwards as he tries to hold his sword steady. All around him, the heat only intensifies as the color of the fire turns yellow, fading into scalding blue and blinding white. Where the tip of his sword meets the flames, sparks fly as it warms in the fire's presence. How much longer will his sword last before it begins to melt? Once his aid is gone, they'll both be blown away. It takes all his might and willpower to hold the weapon steady as he continues to be pushed away from the font, the burning walls close enough to where he can feel their embers nipping at his arms and legs. His entire body is engulfed in heat so intense that it feels almost as if he's become one with the magic around him. The only thing he has left to remind him that he's still alive and standing is his sword in front of him, somehow holding back the font's infinite power. What happens next, he can't quite describe. It feels as if the void above casts its impossible gaze down upon him. It reaches out, a single finger that makes his body tremble. And yet he doesn't falter as it worms its way inside. Though it's but a single finger, its endless size is more than enough to curl around his burning core, feeling his heat. It squeezes its magic as hard as it can, gathering the flames into one central point. The pressure makes it thrash as it grows smaller and smaller. A flash of cold shocks his body. He sucks in a breath, bracing himself. The spark has been ignited. A roaring inferno spills from his core, the flames filling his being with its unwieldy might in a single gust. New power seeps into his arms and legs, making his hair sizzle with energy. He leaps backward. His backward sliding stops in an instant as this bestowed strength courses through him. One tiny shift. One powerful slash. The flames around him disappear altogether. His body moves of its own accord, dashing towards the surprised husk, with his flaming sword held at the ready. He swings at the husk with all his might, a vertical wall of flame spawning in the blade's wake. Even in surprised state, Ethan still manages to dodge the attack. Flecks of the fire leap to his robe, which burn briefly before sizzling, fizzling out of existence. But Jake's already on the move again before the husk can even start to process the sight before him. His last movements lead into his next as he closes the distance yet again, aiming for another strike. Eyes wide, Ethan gives the blaze a sharp glare. The font glows, answering his unspoken command, and in an instant he discharges a storm of electricity. The bolts leap out at Jake as he continues his forward flow, intent on stopping him in his tracks. Calm and collected, he curls around the projectiles with ease, like a flame bending and shifting with the flow of the air. And similar to the flame in its perpetual state of motion, he leads into his counterattack with a little pause or reduction in speed. His sword rises in another grand arc, leading into a forward spin and another rising sweep of the fiery blade. He feels the lightning before it can even leave the husk's body, the air turning electric and cold in an instant, pushing Jake out of its way naturally. He is the fire, bending to the will of the environment around him, dancing in his own indecipherable way. The annoyance of the husk is slowly starting to morph into panic as he watches as the flames continue to chase unhindered. Yet Jake still can't hit him, no matter how hard he tries. He just has to keep going. This standstill must end at some point. He sees the husk raise his hand again, a new haze glowing around his fingers. From it, Jake is blasted with a magic that he has never felt before. Something that finally forces him back, lifting him off his feet momentarily. It's wind, but not the wind that he's used to. There are traces of magic present, pressing against his body, but otherwise it feels much more crystal clear as it blows over his body with its cold breath. It stops his dance outright, pushing away the flames that make up his very being. He tries to step forward, only for his leg to be swept backwards, unable to do what he wants. He tries to lean forward into the wind, yet only finds pain as his fiery body is being ripped apart faster than it can ignite. Reluctantly, he lets the wind carry him away from the font to the point where it no longer threatens to snuff out the burning hearth inside of him. Ethan smirks back, pleased with his new effort to repel the raging fire proving to be successful. Only for a moment. A bright purple streak catches Jake's attention. It's moving fast, making it hard for him to determine the flying object at first. But a flash of white makes his heart jump for joy as an enraged roar echoes across the golden plain. It's Electro! He's okay! Or at least, he looks okay. He spins in the air, going for a kick from behind, a flash of crimson in his amethyst eyes. As he brings his leg around, there's a brief pause in his momentum, as he is stopped but a breath away from the back of Ethan's head. But even though he doesn't land the strike physically, the sheer force of the swing blasts the husk with a shockwave of energy, throwing Ethan to the golden ground. Lightning arcs from Electro's body, striking around the font. The light bends and curves out of the way, unwilling to make contact with the husk directly. For but a brief moment, the husk lies stunned against the sparkling floor. Electro raises his arm high into the air, and from it a long black sword appears in his grasp. He wields it as shadow would, elegant yet firm, as he brings it down upon Ethan below him. It would have struck the husk, but as he did before, his form blinks out of existence before the blade lands. Its tip drives itself into the golden ground soundlessly. In its wake, however, Jake feels the air shift, blowing his flaming body towards the distant wizard. In a blink, a black arc springs up from the ground, reaching high into the air and stretching on into the distant wall of rock that is one of Astria's distant islands. The void blasts the space with its cold gust, once more forcing Jake back farther, as it greedily sucks in all the light around it. Electro turns on his heel, just as Ethan blinks back into view behind him, sword drawn across his chest. Though he's nowhere near the husk, he swings anyway. The air is blown from Jake's lungs as a cold, thin line of pain erupts across his chest and upper arms, shaking him to his core. The fire that is his magic is cleaved in half. The flames do their best to roar back in protest, but their energy has been severely hampered. He has been cut, but not physically. It's his own shadow that has been struck. The shock leaves him rooted to the golden ground as he watches Ethan extend a hand towards Electro, and from it bright ribbons of rainbow flow from his fingers. Lightning flashing around him. Electro weaves in and out of the ribbons as they pierce through the veil around him, looping back around beneath and threading back through the light. They follow behind him relentlessly, with only his lightning and his fast reflexes keeping himself from being skewered. He arcs back around to face the hovering husk, his arm bringing his sword across his chest, once again at the ready. Once he's close enough, he leaps, a burst of gold rising beneath his boot as if to help him up into the air. The stiff black blade morphs and stretches around him as he twists his body, spiraling out into a grand circular arc like a whip. It thrashes at the husk, though. Just like before, each strike misses by a single hair. As Electro lands back on the ground, something cold stings Jake's flaming cheek. Surprised, he turns around. Kimberly is standing, her gaze sharp as her body is engulfed in a blue haze. White specks of snow materialize out of thin air, orbiting her figure with gradually increasing speed and density. The magic around her warps, joining her vortex of white flakes. Before any being knows it, an intense blizzard engulfs them all. Even through his fire, he can still feel the cold of the snow and ice swirling around him, though the wind worries him more than the tiny specks that melt in his presence. Just like a fire, he is beholden to the whims of the world around him. Never has he seen Kimberly use her magic like this before. For as long as she's had her blessing, she's never used it to create a blizzard. The storm howls with rage, the soft snow gradually clumping together to form long needles sculpted out of the white and blue. One of these spikes cuts across Jake's cheek, leaving behind an icy burn in its wake as it continues to travel with its other pointy friends. Jake raises a hand to feel the sore spot. Something wet and sticky smears itself onto his fingers. Pulling his hand away, he can see his skin through the dying flames, stained with dark blood. It looks almost black, with a tinge of red, though now that he thinks about it, it seems closer to brown, as if two colors have been mixed together. The burst of strength that his flaming body provided is gradually ebbing away, and the weight of exhaustion is starting to take its place. He grits his teeth and shakes his head, trying to stave off the early effects as best he can. Not yet. He can't see through the blizzard. That's sort of the point of one, isn't it? But that means he doesn't know where Ethan could be, or Electro, or even Kimberly. As if reading his mind, before his eyes, some of the snow breaks from the flow of the swirling wind, clumping together to form a powdery arrow. It points in a direction, and a single word appears next to it. Fire. A bright burst of flame rushes past Electro's right shoulder, spiraling towards the dark figure barely outlined in the thick of the snow. It looks like the blast strikes its target, only to reveal that the husk remains standing. Sharp ice stings Electro's body, the worst of it only drowned out by the fragments still inside. It'll take a lot more than a little cold for it to waver, though it can't completely disregard its shell's needs either. Electro should already be dead 3 times over. It shouldn't need to do it again for a 4th time. The dark figure ahead of him shifts, beginning to move through the storm. The wind alters itself in response, slowing to a crawl, stopping, then picking up speed again to follow the figure's path. Glints of red shoot past his eyes, bloodied crystals hurtling themselves after the font. He can't help but let out an impressed huff, pausing just briefly to stare at the magical wonder that now surrounds him. This is a perfect use of Kimberly's magic. A cold hand emerges from the howling wind, causing him to spin around, his free fist raised high. Kimberly is looking quite worse for wear, her skin and clothes torn open, and small droplets of blood are starting to run down her face, making it almost look like she's crying rubies. Her eyes, however, have completely gone white as her blessing consumes her. Her hands are plastered with soft snow, spots of which are gradually turning crimson from her injuries beneath. There's a break in the storm around them as she opens her mouth to speak. Jake's going to collapse, she warns him. I'm trying to get away from him, but there's something wrong. I can't touch it. Electro presses his lips together, nodding back. He noticed that, too. The font is protecting its host, or the host has found a way to use the font to protect itself. Either way, so long as Ethan has it in his possession, he's untouchable. Keep it busy, he says. I'll think of something. Her breath catches in her throat, her grip weakening. He flashes her a reassuring smile. I'm all right. He gently pulls his arm away and rushes off into the white whirlwind. He follows the current of the air, even as it threatens to shred his body apart. It will lead him to his target. He does his best to protect his face as he pushes forward, deeper into the gale. Over the wind, he can faintly hear a frustrated roar as Ethan is surrounded by blinding snow. His black form gradually fades into view, along with the bright lights of the shards wrapped around him. Electro raises his sword again. If he can't harm the husk, he'll aim for the font instead. He thrusts his arm forward, and its point throws itself forward, elongating through the snow. Shards of ice spark against the blade as it pierces through the wind, aiming for the pulse of the light. He feels the blade hit a break in the wind, where the storm is nice and still, piercing right where the little light glows. But there's no following strike as it slices through empty air. The light lifts out of the way, and a dark hand appears through the gray mist. At the font's command, the snow and wind scatter, and the light of Astria's center rushes into the tranquil space. The storm hasn't ceased, only parted. He can see the white wind shudder and dance chaotically, trying to find its rhythm once more. A small flurry of particles are the first ones to start drifting back towards the husk, leading the way for the others to follow. Ethan raises a hand above his head and makes a fist in frustration. In an instant, Electro feels an impossible pressure wrest itself atop his body, bringing all within the clearing to a halt. The snow rushes around outside, battering against this invisible force, as whatever has drifted within trembles hopelessly in place. Electro grits his teeth. It takes all his willpower just to lift his head, fighting back against the weight. He can feel the bones and muscles of his neck strain and grind, flooding his body with immense pain. Just before the husk can snicker back at him, a bright red glowing figure, a bright red figure leaps above the storm, flames trailing in its wake. Eyes aglow with red and blood. Jake, no. Eyes aglow with red, and body engulfed with roaring flames. Jake flies through the air with ease, bringing his sword crashing down upon the husk. His figure appears to be made of pure fire, though the flames of his clothes and skin manage to flicker into view. Flashes. I can read. Though flashes of his clothes and skin manage to flicker into view as the flames weaken bit by bit. Like every attempt they've made before, his arc is brought to an abrupt halt just a breath away from Ethan's head. The fire pushes itself up and away from the husk, being blown back by his presence. But at least it's enough to break his concentration. Ethan twists to Jake, extending his arms, while at the same time releasing his mighty spell from Electro. The blizzard crashes in, rising beneath his feet to help propel him upwards as he leaps back into the fray. Jake is sent flying through the air as Electro rises, a fireball that disappears into the thicket of snow, crashing back down to the golden plain below. He thrusts once more, catching the husk by surprise. Snow and wind burst up around the two, its biting chill cheering Electro on. He feels the blade snag on something hard and firm as the needle threads itself through the small gap between the spinning glyphs of the shard. But the momentary success quickly evaporates. The shard's form gives away, turning to liquid light and freeing the sword from its teeth. It licks at the blade, shoving it aside. Thinking fast, Electro spins with the force, bringing his legs around for a kick instead. He knows it won't do anything, but it's better than being sent tumbling through the air. He can feel the barrier that surrounds Ethan press back against his boot. His butt. He's got them cakes. Its raw power making his whole leg tremble with its violent vibration. The husk just lets out an amused laugh. How much longer will you struggle? He wonders aloud. The barrier beneath his foot surges forward into a blast of solid energy, pushing him back through the wailing storm. Darkness consumes his sight as he flies, unsure where he is in the space and how fast he's falling. His sense of direction corrects itself once Shadow reaches out, bringing the two to a halt as it presses its power against the ground below. It catches them before they're able to ram into the hard ground. The warm hum of the light presses itself against the palms of its hands. It seems to be swirling with encouragement. Right as Electro straightens himself again, the wind of the blizzard shifts for the worse. The swirling snow is brought to an abrupt halt, bringing stillness to the space once more. The icy flakes hang in the air, waiting for a command to be given. A domineering force rests its invisible hand over Kimberly's magic. I'm sick of seeing all this white, Ethan spits. It takes but a wave of his hand to wash it all away, blowing the flakes back into the ether. Kimberly lets out a sharp gasp as she falls to her knees, misty breaths bursting from her lips. She has gone completely white. A small swirl of flakes continue to dance around her, but it's clear that she's spent. Nearby, Jake struggles to sit himself up, small embers rising from his clothes as steam drifts from his arms and head. He's doing his best to keep down his retching, even as his body jolts violently in protest. Ethan hovers in the air, oozing with glee as he stares at the two exhausted wizards. His arms rise from his sides, fingers curling. The air around him vibrates with another unknown power, this time a dangerous force that makes Electro's shell quiver. Both their minds are racing, trying to think of something, anything, that they could do to land a blow on the font. The twisted shadow within is beyond the reason of words. They can't defend the others forever either, though if they retreat, then it all might as well be over. Astria will be at the mercy of unbridled malice. Electro knows nothing about shadows to be of much use, but the fragment does. Its essence wraps itself tightly around Electro's mind as its thoughts withdraw from his. On its way out, he catches a glimpse of the plan it has in mind. A wild and crazy plan, one that might not even work, but a plan nonetheless, and it's determined to take the risk. What are you doing? He demands. His senses are numbing and he tries to thrash against it, but Shadow's presence overwhelms him as it stands firm. He is completely helpless as he watches his arms stretch across his chest, raising the black sword to his own neck. He feels the cold blade start to dig into his skin, along with his heart thrumming against it. He can't help but continue to panic as Shadow's form gently holds him back and forces him to breathe. Trust me, it replies, its voice calm and determined. He wants to retort, but, well, it's not like he has much of a choice other than to go along with it. Ethan's body whirls around in the air, his sadistic smile thinning as he lays his eyes on Shadow and Electro. Hey now, he says rather cautiously. That's not a good idea. Shadow tightens its grip on its blade, and Electro can only sit back and feel it cut deeper, making his neck sting as his skin is split open. It stares the floating husk down with little emotion besides conviction. Ethan does his best not to wince, but his crimson eyes betrays the tinge of pain he feels within. They twitch uncontrollably. Fine then, he roars, his hands rising to his own neck. If you are so determined. It takes but a twitch of his fingers, one last triumphant smile spreading across his lips. A black line slides its way silently across his neck. Then it falls. Ethan's head lands unceremoniously beneath his feet, face first. Now his body floats headless, black smoke billowing from his open neck. His body bends forward, revealing the churning void within him, beneath a layer of skin thin enough to look like colored paper. And nothing else happens. Shadow isn't even phased. Let's see if it will be the same for you. Shadow taunts. Its arm starts to bend, dragging the blade down to the side of Electro's neck. With a sudden warbled screech, the headless Ethan flings himself forward, arms outstretched with smoke pouring from his head wound in a thick mass of angry vapor. Shadow surges into motion without skipping a beat. Its hand drops its blade as it throws its arm forward. Its essence swells, the anchors that tether it to Electro's body tearing themselves free. The final thing Electro sees is its fingers curling around the billowing smoke, its grip molding it into an all too recognizable shape. Then Ethan's aimless body slams into his, sending him falling downwards, his floating sight filling with the light of magic. Electro's shadow hangs in the air by its throat, grabbing at Shadow's arm with bared teeth. Yet it stares helplessly as the fragment glares at it. A burst of cold energy washes away the great swirl of magic around it, demanding the world's full attention as it holds firm onto its prize. Return, it commands. Its voice fills the impossibly large space, almost seeming to make it tremble. No sooner is the word spoken than Electro's shadow soundlessly bursts into formless black smoke. It hovers in the air, a small pang of relief and regret joining the fragment's hot anger. It shifts around, not daring to travel too far from Shadow, its icy gaze befalling Kimberly for a brief moment. Her skin prickles from its weight. It turns to Jake as well before it takes off, heading towards its rightful home, lying still not too far away. The smoke curls around Electro's arms and legs, creating a dusty gray film that is slowly absorbed into its body. Though even after the smoke is gone from sight, the Storm Wizard remains stiff and lifeless. Shadow steps across the plain of stars, soundlessly, gliding along as if it were flying. It bends down and places its hands to the sides of Ethan's severed head. In an instant, Kimberly turns away from the sight, one hand flying to her mouth. Even though there's no blood or gore, she still can't believe. Jake wraps his arms around her as she heaves, holding down her empty stomach. He pats her back awkwardly. Though, at least it's all over now, right? She doesn't think she can go on anymore. Her magic is a quiet breeze, barely able to blow. She's never used her blessing so much before, and it's taken its toll on her. Jake does his best not to wheeze on her, his dry retching sending splatters of a yellow substance across the ground next to them. His blood, no doubt. Jake, she mutters, shifting in his embrace. She places her hands on his chest, gingerly. Despite her deathly chill, her fingers still burn from the heat he radiates. She almost can't believe what she saw. Her own boyfriend, blessed right in front of her. I'm okay, he breathes between coughs. He must be feeling the effects of magic sickness. Whatever magic he had going into this fight has been pushed too far. You can look now. She hears Ethan's voice ring out. Slowly, cautiously, she raises her head again, braced to see the worst. She sees the fragment standing quietly over Electro's body, head reattached without any visible mess. In fact, if she hadn't seen it for herself, she would never have guessed that his head had been removed in the first place. No seam is left behind of the cut that had been made. Yet crimson glows in his eyes, making her heart leap into her throat in panic. But there's no need for her to be scared anymore. She saw Electro's shadow return to his body. Ethan? She asks tentatively. Their friend shakes his head. No. Shadow confirms with its forlorn expression. It's me. How is he? Jake manages to speak, though his heavy breaths betray the effort that it took. Shadow is quiet for what feels like an eternity. The shards are still wrapped around its arms, pulsing in rhythm with the heart beating inside its body. I don't know, it admits. He's quiet. Kimberly takes a deep breath and staggers to her feet. The ground seems to sway beneath her as she staggers over to the fragment shadow and the electromancer. As she kneels, the gale inside her starts to pick up. A cool draft of air pushes it along gently, nursing it back to health. By the time she kneels beside Electro, the void in her chest has started to feel marginally better. Electro? She asks, his name awkward on her tongue. His eyes are wide open, but to her relief, they shift to look at her. His chest puffs with each deep breath. His gaze is full of unspeakable emotion. They finally sparkle with life all of their own, not of some other entity living behind them. Aye, he croaks. His coarseness catches Kimberly off guard. How much of him was being supported by Shadow all this time? Tears spring to her eyes, and at last, this insanity has been put to rest. Mostly. The soft strike of metal colliding with a firm surface rings across the space. Jake is up on his feet too, using his sword as a crutch to carry his heavy body forward. He wipes his hanging hand against his pants, leaving behind a bright bloody smear in its wake. Though he, too, has color start to return to his pale face as he nears the font. He looks up at Shadow and wearily nods at its wrists. What about those? What are we going to do with them? Wordlessly, Shadow looks down at its hands, at the shards, with a blank expression. Even with it standing on the other side of Electro's body from them, its presence radiates a warm glow. Waves of magic passes over them, pressing against them with its sheer weight. She wonders if it's trying to push them away from the font, to protect itself from all beings unable to handle its power. But she feels no need to back away, or that it's actively trying to rid itself of her presence. Almost like it knows she's a friend now. Shadow inhales and closes its eyes, contemplating. As it stands apart from the others, Kimberly glances back down at Electro, still lying on the ground, immobile. She feels bad for wanting to rush it to reply, knowing full well that there's a being here that needs to see a healer. Shadow finally approaches the group. Each step it is taken slowly, methodically. Its gaze is lost in some other world, staring through the wizards like they weren't even there to begin with. It crouches down by Electro's head, extending a single finger to him. Its finger barely even connects with his forehead as a burst of warmth washes over them. The smell of dirt and blooming flowers tickles Kimberly's nose as she feels her body relax, all her aches and pains from the earlier fight ebbing away. A small orb of green energy forms between Shadow and Electro. The fragment lowers its finger, pressing the orb slowly into the wizard's body. The orb's light spreads across Electro's skin as it disappears, granting him a strange green hue. Before her very eyes, Kimberly watches in stunned awe as Electro's frail body puffs up. His arms and legs bulge with muscle, veins popping and pulsing with his heartbeat. His ill-fitting clothes now look as if they're wrapped around him too tightly as they dig into his new form. Any scrapes and bruises are washed away in a flurry of white sparkles that rise into the air and wink at her before fizzling out of existence. Shadow leans away as the light slowly subsides, giving Electro room to move. First, he bends his arms, stretching them above his head, rolling them forwards and back. He brings his knees up to his chest cautiously, seemingly fearful that if he moves too fast, he'll somehow injure them. He holds the strange position for a moment, knees up and arms out. Then, all at once, he's in motion. His arms swing themselves forward with so much force that his upper body rises from the ground. His legs kick into the air, taking with them the rest of his weight. The bottoms of his boots hit the glowing ground with a mighty thump as he pops up from the squat he landed in, arms throwing themselves into the air, fingers laced together, rising up onto his toes. The wizard stretches with a gleeful grin. Ah, he breathes, relaxing once more. The air around him buzzes with electricity as he turns to the others, his hands falling to his hips. He stands like he's ready for another fight, untamed eagerness glowing in his eyes. His attention then turns to her, and a calm and comforting softness rounds out his jagged edges. He offers her a hand to help her up. It's not just the air that crackles with electricity, but his entire body. He shakes with it, energy pulsing up and down his arm as he grips her firmly and pulls her to her feet with little effort. Wherever he touches her, she feels herself tingle with that same electric pulse that fuels him. "You did good," he says with an approving nod. Kimberly can't help but smile back. He turns his gaze away from her and back towards Shadow. "The font?" Shadow blinks back, appearing startled that it had been addressed. Kimberly spots his fingers curl at its sides, grabbing at its robe like it's a lifeline. One of its arms eventually bends, placing a hand on his chest, right where its beating heart glows. It doesn't speak, but the air of unease it exudes says it all. It's scared to part with its piece of the font. It doesn't know what will happen. "Well, we can't take it with us either," Electro points out. "It belongs down here." "Ethan," it mutters. He drops Kimberly's hand and strides right up to Shadow, clamping his hands down on its shoulders. Its gaze rises to meet his as he leans over it. "Hey, you know what we did? It'll be just like that. I'm sure you two can do it." But it trails off, closing its eyes. "It's not like he was going to be able to walk around without you forever, right? You're still his shadow, and that isn't going to change." He gives Shadow an encouraging pat before standing back, giving it some space to think. It presses its hands against its chest. Gradually, its fingertips turn dark, and Kimberly watches in silence as it starts to reach inside itself for the shard. The color of its arm drains up to its elbow as it shifts around, searching. Then it suddenly stiffens, and, in one swift motion, it yanks the shard free. There's a flare of brilliant light, as the shard is brought out into the world for the first time in stars only know how long, bathing the gathering in its glow. Kimberly blinks away the brightness slowly. The colors come back into focus, as does Shadow's solemn gaze as it stares at the little light in its hands. Though she had suspected what the shard would look like, it still surprises her to find a pulsating white heart sitting in its palm. Shadow's crimson eyes reflect its glow, making them appear dull and lifeless. Wordlessly, it opens its hand, and the shard floats upwards all on its own. The 2 discs wrapped around its wrists follow suit, opening and snaking up into the air, twisting and turning around the glowing heart. Then, in the blink of an eye, the 3 pieces fuse together. The font of magic glows like a star, its presence erasing the cold of Shadow's magic. Energy pulses through the air in rhythmic waves, molding itself around the gathered beings gently. A small halo of color shimmers around the font's perfectly curved edges, giving it the depth of a completed sphere. The air is light and joyous. Kimberly finds herself smiling inexplicably at the little light that hovers before her eyes. Down at the very core of her being, she feels like it's thanking her, and that it's happy to finally be home. The only one that isn't smiling is Shadow. Kimberly feels the ground jolt beneath her feet, dragging her attention away from the font. Darkness gathers in a dense pool, and the void of Shadow's essence drowns out the gentle air. Its stare glows with magic and nothing more. There is no life to the crimson eyes. Quietly, they rise up into the air. Sane. Shadow flinches. Their dark platform comes to an abrupt halt, though it doesn't make any of the wizards stumble or fall. Slowly, it turns its head around, glancing over Kimberly's shoulder. Curious, she, too, turns around to find the origin of the new voice. Peering over the edge, she sees a golden figure standing on the border barrier far below. 2 white pinpricks stare back at her, carrying with them a noble aura. It dons armor made of the endless stars, akin to what Shadow sometimes appears wearing. The only difference is that this figure holds a wide greatsword before it, its gauntlets folded over the butt of the hilt at attention. Just beneath its chest plate glows the orb of the font, its heart. This figure looks right, all the pieces falling perfectly into place. Senti? Shadow breathes next to her. A beam of warmth falls over her face. It must be smiling at them. The knight lifts one of its hands, and from the font, a long strand of light flows to its fingers. The magic breaks into smaller strands that rise into the air, reaching for their perch high above. They twist and weave, binding themselves together as they dance. By the time the light reaches them, it has molded itself into the shape of a heart. It pulses before their eyes, each flash of light exuding a different emotion. It cycles through happiness, loss, anger, love, annoyance, weariness, wonder, which calms as Shadow's hand wraps around it. It pulls the heart close, its eyes reflecting its glow as it shines, stabilizes. It is relief. Kim! Jake! Amber bursts through the curtain of the willow tree, her face alight with a wide smile. Lucre rushes along behind her. He's so close to her that there's a good chance he might manage to trip both of them up. It, thankfully, never happens. Amber throws her arms around Kimberly, and the 2 exchange a warm embrace. Lucre's pace slows to a halt a few steps away, his smile wavering. He looks at Jake momentarily, but he quickly turns to Shadow. Well? He asks, eyes wide. A single drum pounds against its chest. Shadow nods back with a smile. We did it. Amber breaks away from Kimberly, her cheery attitude faltering. Ethan? Another beat strains his expression. He's resting. Still a void of empty space. Still no sign of his consciousness returning. A third beat, light and fluttery. It rests its hand against its chest, closing its eyes. There's no sign yet. He will return. He just needs some time to recollect himself. Electro gives its shoulder a firm pat, reaffirming its hope. But things won't be the same anymore. This gift, its new heart, doesn't beat the same way as the shard did. It oozed with the gift of life. Life that Ethan will no longer feel. He will have to rely on Shadow to support himself again. It steals a glance at Electro, who smiles at the young wizards as they stand around and chat. Jake has pulled Lucre aside, their expressions mute as the pyromancer releases the words plaguing his mind. Kimberly, meanwhile, entertains the energetic Amber with the tale of ASTRIA Center. Blaze has finally joined the group as well, though he stands at its edge, staring with a kind smile of his own. He fidgets with something small and red in his hand, as his gaze appears to bounce between Amber and Shadow. He wants to approach it, but doesn't know how. The Electromancer's husk and shadow flow seamlessly as one once again. Something it hasn't done with Ethan in quite a long time. It took a big risk with Electro. Things could have gone much worse than they did. It could have crushed him with its will. It very nearly did. The Electromancer's gaze shifts, sensing its stare. Despite its troubled expression, his smile doesn't falter. Something wrong? What if he's gone? Shadow asks, its voice a haunting whisper. Electro takes in a heavy breath as he closes his eyes, delving deep into the vast remnants of knowledge Shadow left etched into his memory. It takes him a while to find what he's searching for, to which he releases a light burst of laughter. Don't be scared, he reassures it. You've already got everything the rest of us have. You, he points at its head. Ethan, he raps his knuckles against its shoulder. And a heart. He plants his fingers in the center of its chest. The heart within leaps in response, happy to have been acknowledged. If I was able to hang on, he'll be able to bounce back too. Its head twitches, unsure if it should nod along or turn away. Its heart swirls once more with fleeting weightlessness. He'd be proud of you, you know, he adds. That makes it smile, albeit weakly. It knows he would. So would Kelsey, it replies. Hearing her name makes his smile strain at last. He turns away from it as he reaches into his pocket, retrieving a stick of arcane. Yeah, well, he hums back, popping one of the ends into his mouth and giving it a good twist with his fingers. He makes it sound like he has a point he wants to make, but once his eyes return to Kimberly, his words falter. He lets out a huff. I think she'd want you to stay, Shadow tells him, following his gaze. That's a decision I'll leave for her to make, he replies. After all, she still doesn't even know the full story yet, only vague bits and pieces. There's still a lot for her to learn before she will be able to determine for certain if she'd want him in her life or not. For all intents and purposes, he's still a stranger to her. He shifts the gold stick to one side of his mouth, taking a deep breath. You lot did great. He speaks over the din of conversation. He gives each one of the present beings their own grin. 3 cycles ago, none of you knew who I was, but you helped me out anyway. So, thank you. He extends a foot forward, passing the wizards by with long, smooth strides. Now that the drama's all over, I think I'll be off. Wait, Kimberly cries. The electromancer halts, just as she ordered, and twists his head around just enough for her to catch a glimpse of his mouth and the tip of his nose. How about Kelsey? That, he interrupts her smoothly, taking the arcane gold out of his mouth, you should ask your parents about. But I promised them a chance to explain to you first. The corner of his mouth pulls upwards into one of his sly grins. Come find me once you've done that. He bites back down on his gold as he starts striding away once again. Where will you be? She calls after him. You'll figure it out, he laughs. He throws a hand up in the air over his shoulder, fingers spread and sparking with lightning, in a parting gesture, as he wanders off deep into the maze that is the island of Asandra. Epilogue. Electro staggers to his feet, battered and bruised from head to toe, but he forces himself upright. He has to stand. Sweat pours down his face, dripping off his nose and matting his hair. The skin on the back of his knuckles is split open, crimson red smeared across his fingers. Maybe he's overdone himself this time. A gruff hand latches onto his wrist and yanks his arm high into the air. With it, the intoxicating roar of the crowd fades back into focus. And he's up! He manages to clench his held hand into a victorious fist, a surge of energy jolting his body back alive. He straightens up and smiles at the crowd, his dazzling teeth visible for all to see. He can hardly manage to make out the edges of the faces as the beings jump up and down in the stands, pumping the air with fists of their own. It's a swarm of colors that fade in and out of the firelight, backdropped by rocky walls. Closing his eyes, he can still see the magnificence. What a show, he smirks. The judge lets Electro go, giving him a hearty shove on his shoulder, both to congratulate him and to signal that his time on the floor is over. Laughing to himself, he makes his way across the burnt dirt, heading towards the stands. As the next match is announced, a healer will get him patched up right before the semi-finals take place. Arms reach out from the stands as he hauls his heavy body up the stairs. Congratulations and wishes of luck barely manage to make it to his ears above the rest of the noise. He leaves the crowd behind him as he waltzes back into the training grounds. A small medical corner has been set up nearby with a handful of healers stationed within, caring for the fighters. One of the green robes hurries up to him, a towel and glass of water in their hands. Thanks, he breathes. He wipes his face clean first before taking a swig. Stars above, how good it is to feel alive again. He's guided into a chair, where he's able to finally sit back and relax as the healer tends to his wounds. The air buzzes with electricity as he gathers his breath again. The roar of the crowd leaks through the doorway each time they observe a new spectacle. In the stillness, he feels something cold shift against the flow of his magic. He tenses, fingers curling, just as the healer moves to place their hands on his arm. They hesitate, their eyes darting to the electromancer with concern. He turns to them and musters a calm grin. Sorry, I'm good. His head rolls back to the space in front of him, and standing before him is a wizard in bright blue. He'd be shocked if not for the shadow that she casts behind her. A pair of kind crimson eyes stare back at him from over her shoulder, as its form is stretched across the white fabric. Hey, he greets her. Hi, Kimberly chirps back in a low voice. She casts a long glance over her shoulder, back towards the entrance to the arena, before returning to Electro's abused body. Come to see the show, eh? He asks with a burst of laughter. Kimberly's face contorts unpleasantly. I guess, she mutters back. Her hands run themselves along her skirt, meeting together in front of her. She clasps them together tightly, her quiet gaze full of thoughts and questions. I take it you talked with them? He guesses. I did. She nods. Ian told me what he could. You can't help but frown. And Jay? He's in custody. She reveals. A dark shadow casts itself over her face, and she has to close her eyes and take a deep breath to keep herself calm and collected. I tried to warn him, he comments beneath his breath. He shakes his head sadly. Ian did the right thing. I'm sorry, Kimberly. That sorry carries a lot more weight than the mere sympathy for one she thought was her father winding up in custody. He's sorry that he wasn't there for her, that he let their family break up all over one wizard's obsession, that he wasn't strong enough to resist Ryan, that all of this happened in the first place when it shouldn't have. But he can't go back either, nor does he think that he'd want to. He doesn't want to take away all that she has now. She still had a happy life without him, and she has a bright future. Reappearing in it now just feels wrong. The cold night air rolls over his hot head, making the wounds that remained open sting from its bite. There's been a notable shift in the mood of Asandra over these last few cycles since the font was returned. The air is much more tangible than it has ever felt in his whole life. It's crisp on the tongue, full of energy that it had previously lacked. Bolder, more electric. It seems like every being can feel it too. The crowd is much more enthusiastic than they had been all those years ago. The magic is palpable. Kimberly's eyes open again. She appears to be much more at ease with herself as she looks back down at the old electromancer before her. Her mouth opens to speak again, but she's halted by the curtain to Electra's resting space being ripped open. One of the event organizers pops their face in. Hey, you're up. Right, Electra confirms, holding up his thumb. The healer lifts their hands as Electra rises to his feet. The splits on his knuckles are almost gone, though they don't sting nearly as bad as they had before, and his exhaustion has been wiped away. You staying for the rest of it? He asks Kimberly as they depart. Yeah, she nods, though she stops walking as she sucks in a sharp breath. He pauses and turns around to give the timid cryomancer the fleeting remains of his undivided attention. I want to get to know you more, she announces. Her eyes plead with him to stay and talk with her more, though they both know that he's got somewhere to be at the moment. Electra places his hands on his waist, a smile stretching across his face. And despite all his doubts, he's happy. It's not a do-over. It's a start. Well, I ain't going anywhere anytime soon, he jokes, releasing a laugh. Kimberly's tense expression lights up with a hopeful smile. She releases a chuckle of her own. Wish me some luck then, eh? He proposes, stepping forward. He holds out a fist to her. She stares back at it, mildly confused. She raises her own hand, mirroring his, and gives his knuckles a tepid bump. He still gives her an approving nod. She got it. He moves his arm to the empty space next to her. She blinks, confused, but he knows what he's doing. It takes a moment, but a black hand emerges from the dim light, also curled into a fist, and bounces itself off of his with a bit more spring. A jolt of electricity arcs between the two as a comforting chill works its way across his body. Enjoy the show, he tells the two beings as he bounds off again. There's a bit more pep to his step as he springs down the stairs to the cheers of the crowd. His heart flutters against his chest. He hasn't been this happy since he proposed to Kelsey. At this rate, he feels like he can take on the whole world. He takes a quick glance into the audience before leaving them behind. Picking Kimberly out of the expanse of faces is easy now. She works her way back to Jake's awaiting arms. Smiling from ear to ear, she begins to shout over the noise the good news. Behind her, Ethan melts from the darkness, his hat and cape reclaimed. His onyx eyes meet Electro's, and he gives him a nod of encouragement. That's about all he needs. He leaps from the stairs, his lightning propelling himself forward through the air. His boots crash down onto the dirt below, kicking up a brown haze that sparks with static as it shrouds his body in mystery. It's only the semi-finals, but that shouldn't stop him from making a grand entrance. He plants his feet firm, raising his fists towards his opponent. He can't stop himself from beaming. To any other being, it's a wild grin that's looking for a fight. To him, however, it's for the beings that drive him forward. And on this side, the wizard who can't be kept down, Electro! The end. The end. Woohoo! We've done it! We're at the end! Hooray! I'm so sorry! You can keep working on it! We have the Q&A! So, I would like to open with a few thoughts of my own before I, start commenting on the chat and all that. First of all, I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please leave a review on Amazon. It would be greatly appreciated. So first of all, the scene between Kimberly and Electro, when they were sparring, that originally also had Jake. So Kim and Electro would spar, and then Jake and Shadow would also spar, like, back to back. So, that's why that scene still mentions other beings that I thought I had edited out, because I did heavy reworks for that scene, because I didn't like how it flowed. Because it was, like, while it was a good idea, it was trying to do too much at once. So I moved Jake and Shadow's training scene to earlier, which I think worked a lot better. And then Electro and Kimberly would have that father-daughter bonding time, basically. And then, like, my final, like, overall thoughts on Bloodbound. If Shadowbound was, like, my ultimate lesson in how to publish a book, especially self-publish a book, Bloodbound is definitely a lesson in quality control and making sure you have enough time to actually, like, do a proper review of what you're doing. So I don't remember if I've said this earlier or not, but I'll say it again. Bloodbound is definitely two very different pieces that have been, like, rammed together. One from when I was still in school, and then the other from when I was out of school and I had a little bit more time to do things. And I knew that I wanted to publish in November. Unfortunately, I kicked the can so far down the road that I feel like I didn't give my editors enough time to give quality notes. And then I also didn't give myself enough time to go over the final product and actually make sure that a lot of the more glaring issues were ironed out. And lessons that I am taking from this going into the next book is I definitely feel like I need to do a private read aloud to myself to do that byline editing so that I can catch a lot of that stuff as it crops up. However, all that being said, I still think it is a fairly enjoyable experience, at least for me. I had a lot of fun. This was Also, the most fun that I had writing. I think specifically because of Electro, because when I first made Electro's character, he was like the off the walls, energetic guy that I needed in this group of teenagers who had no idea what the hell they were doing with anything. So the Shadowbound was very much the, well, I gotta write this because it sets up Electro, and then I can write Electro, and so then Bloodbound. And then now we're on to the third book. Oh boy. Electra's the true main character? You can kind of say that. Well, maybe not the main character. He is definitely a main character in this book, but like, look, Electro and Ethan both have main character energy, okay? I think that the two of them being paired together, recipe for awesomeness or disaster. So far it's worked out, and now Shadow has a friend, which is great. Also, major rewrites allowed Shadow to be a little bit more present than it was in the original draft, which is also nice because it's I introduced Shadow at the end of Shadowbound, but then I hardly utilized him in Bloodbound, excuse me? So, thankfully I had to do a lot of edits anyway because the original Bloodbound was based off of the original Shadowbound, which had some weird lore rules and stuff that I wound up changing. So the whole possession thing just happened to work out so well. It was slightly unintentional. And then of course, like with the final fight scene in the center of ASTRIA, it's like, well, how is Electro Shadow actually going to get the shard? And then I remembered, wait a minute, Ethan's actually just a walking, talking body right now, and he doesn't have Shadow. What if it was just a reverse thing? So that's how that happened. Best decision I ever made. Guess what? What? Oh, yeah. Look, playing around with different endings and playing around with like the different endings that could happen and the implications and all that. Yes, there were previous ideas where it's like, well, would Ethan even live or return in the same way? And Echo was like, it has to be Ethan, or I will do things, unpleasant things. So I said, okay. And so I saved him though. I saved him. All right, now chat. Question: what happened with Eve after Electro's shadow took his body over / after it left his body? Oh, okay. So there's, how do I explain this? How do I explain my own thoughts without giving too much away? So we have established that a shadow is a person's magic and a spirit is a person's personality. Well, Ethan is a little bit different because he's a fragment shadow. And you could say that the shard that he had was his spirit, And that's it. So basically, he's a walking, talking spirit, kind of, but not really. Not in like he's one of the dead people kind of way spirits. You know what I mean? He's a walking, talking soul that can do magic, essentially, but he doesn't have Shadow as his anchor. So most of the time, a shadow and a spirit are together. Like when you take the shadow out of someone, you're also taking their personality with them. Well, Ethan's special and he doesn't follow the regular rules, right? So when Electro's shadow possessed him, it was basically like a battle between two personalities, essentially, but one had more will because one of them is a shadow. And the other one is made of paper. So that's what happened. It was basically his Ethan's personality, or the personality that the shard allowed him to have, got smothered by Electra's shadow and also the other two shards, essentially. So then afterwards, it's Ethan's fine. Spoiler alert, Ethan's fine. He just needs to recover. The personality needs to remember what it is. Ethan's paper confirmed. I mean, I did literally say that his body was so thin it looked like paper. To be fair. Also, final fight scene was another one that got heavily reworked too. Again, Ryan and Kelsey used to be there, and also Lucre. It was like 6 people against. Well, at the time it was actually 5 people against Electro, because things were different back then, and they were actually fighting Electro, not just his shadow, until that got changed. And then I looked at it realistically. It was like, this is way too many characters for the final fight. Because then I also look back at Shadowbound, and it's like, Shadowbound, I had to write the final in a very specific way, because otherwise I would have lost my mind trying to keep track of who's doing what where. Because there's basically like 10 people participating in the final battle of Shadowbound. I didn't want another instance where I had to break up the group again. Like that, because there were just too many people in one scene that I put there because I hate myself. So, thankfully Ryan and Kelsey got reworked to where they were still important but still had lesser roles, and I didn't need to like have them be toted around by the main cast, but still have everything like make sense. Again, it's the sure, Ethan and Electro, obviously they would go. Kim would only be going because this entire thing's related to her family. Jake would be going because Kimberly's going. Lucre would only try and go because A, also family thing, B, also Jake, but also he's the prince and he can't just keep throwing himself into dangerous situations. It's like, Kimberly? Yes, you probably say one of a little bit overboard. It's like, what if you die and you never go home? Like, think about your mom. And then, of course, they come back fine. But it's like, she still has a point, though. Like, what if things did go south? You're fighting a thing of all magic ever. And, like, who can reasonably predict that the outcome will be? I'm gonna stop talking now because I look at basic structure of plot. Regardless, so Jake is blessed now as well. Yahoo. That was another thing that I don't think happened in the original draft, because I didn't know if I did want to bless him or not. Actually, I think it did. I don't remember. I'd have to look. But now Kimberly is not the only super special person of the group. Hooray! So basically what he can do now is turn himself into the Human Torch and fly through the air. Which is great. The art looks amazing, Echo. Eve looks so good. I love him. I love him too. It's Eve. Too bad he got possessed. I'm so locked in on Duo right now. I'm coloring it. Colored Duo? Insane. Ooh. What else? What else? Oh, I remember. So the epilogue is actually much different in the final draft from the original draft. The original draft of Bloodbound, that epilogue was actually Lucre's coronation, which everyone got invited to, including Kelsey and Ryan. Why was what was I smoking back then? I literally, like, dude, I write Ryan to be so mean. And then I say, nah, it's fine. You can come to the coronation of your son that you haven't seen in a while because you're off thinking about and doing other things. And you don't want to, like, his whole reasoning was, well, I don't want to put Aisha in danger. So then he disappears for 18 years and no one ever hears from him again. And then this is fine. And going on this epic journey is all that it takes to make amends. Anyway, so yes, it was a coronation that everyone got to go to, and I know Echo's got like really old art of their coronation outfits laying around somewhere. And then part of me was like, well, okay, this coronation can't happen in this way anymore because Ryan and Kelsey are actually kind of not good people. And then also they're just not going to be present anyway. And also Lucre is still very young, and I feel like his mom still has a lot of years left in her, right? So why would he be coronated so early when Aisha is still there doing backflips? I don't know what she's doing. So I changed it to this because I feel like it was a much more poignant wrap up to everything that was covered in the book. You found a different art? Oh boy. Oh! The necks! I know you fixed that, but the neck. Guys? we ignore this. It's cute. But also I pick them up over my head and I throw them into a timeout corner. I will take Jake down the caves in Minecraft. He can be my torch. Lucy! Yay! Baby boy! you know, last night. Oh, Jake! Yay! Anyway, so last night, me and Nebby were talking about Electro, and we brought up the fact that that Electro could double as a taser. Amber! Sorry, I saw that. I want to give her head pats. So you have Electro as a taser, you have Jake as your human torch, you have Kimberly to keep all of your food from spoiling. Blaze would go out and farm. And Amber would be the pet that stays inside that you never take on adventures because you don't want it to die. There's an even older version that we have somewhere? Excuse me? Oh, that's the neck one. That's the... No! The necks! I didn't realize that the other one was the one with the fixed necks. Oh my god. Ah, the horror. Ah. Neck the width of spaghetti. They look so odd. Oh, hi, Nebby. I was just talking about you. Hey, do you want to use Electro as a taser? Yes! Okay, so here's the coronation outfits. So Ethan's on the far left, and then there's Amber, Luke, Jake, Kim, and Blaze. I feel like you should all be able to recognize them, except for maybe Ethan because he doesn't have his hat. Give him the hat. Yes, he was banned from a hat during the coronation because it's not formal. Maybe. What? Why maybe? Electro's a great taser. He's so much fun. Yes, we apologize for the quality of the picture because the camera that we used was not great. But that's okay. Kim! See, I think it was less with the camera and more to do with the lighting. Like, these ones are fine because they're inked. Both. Okay. Should I show off the old Shadowbound cover? Have I done that? No, I don't think so. Woo! Oh boy. Old Shadowbound covers commemorate the conclusion of Bloodbound. Echo's gonna find... Oh, there it is. Okay. Look at that. Shadowbound! The old cover of Shadowbound! This was when it was on Wattpad! Did you know that the first draft of Shadowbound was on Wattpad temporarily? Until I just took down everything because I just didn't want to use Wattpad anymore. I actually tried to submit this for, they call it the Watsies. I submitted it for that one year. He's got... Put a phone in his hand. Put a phone in his hand. He's staring at a phone. Yes, you were bad at drawing back then, but now you're good at drawing, and it's great. See, look, it's just like he's looking at a phone. So yeah, I tried to submit Shadowbound for the Watsies one year. Of course, it was the original draft, so it wasn't good. And also, it didn't have any reads because I had posted it like a week or two before the awards open for submissions. So of course it didn't win, and every other thing got chosen instead of me. Riona sent him a Minions meme! There's light back here, question mark? I don't understand what you were doing when you were younger, okay? But it still looked okay for the time. Phones in ASTRIA real? Maybe not. I don't know. You've never seen a phone in ASTRIA before. He looks like he's looking at his secret edgy phone with the evil group chat. Oh yeah, and his cape was purple. It's not purple anymore. It is black. He is Depeche Mode or something. Depeche Mode. I don't know. That's the first thing that came to mind. You went from Evanescence to Depeche Mode. Wake me up inside. Never say maybe. I get very suspicious. True, I do have to watch what I say. What I say can and will be used against me in the court of ASTRIA. Anyway, finish up your other picture. Unfortunately, Ethan does not like the Minion memes. Or something to that effect. That is very true. I am the court. That is true. Bingy is the court. I need to watch what I say or else Bingy will use it against me in court. We will go to court. Ah, man. You know, sometimes I still can't believe that I've published books of any kind. Like, I'm sitting here. I have done 5 live readings. To how many people? Hello to the 5 people watching the stream right now. I'm sorry, there's still something about all this that I still can't quite comprehend in my brain. Like, it hasn't hit me Yet. I don't know if it ever will. And I'm going to be writing a third book. I am in the middle of writing a third book, and it's going to be published, and I'm going to go through all of this again. There's going to be live readings of that, too, whenever it comes out. Ain't that going to be fun? But I know it's definitely not going to come out this year. And it's most likely not going to come out next year either. Like, in 2027. I am trying still for a November release with that one too. Get to draw my favorite character, yay! You'll all get to see what that is. Who that is. Where that is. Anyway, so, definitely not in 2026. Because we're already halfway through the year and I have hardly done any work on it. Even though I have been working on it, it's not enough. Definitely not next year, because I feel like if I tried, I would wind up with the same quality problem that I have with Bloodbound. So 2028 at the absolute earliest is probably when the third book will be out. That's my current target. Also, Shub, I will now torment you. I hope you enjoy. I hope you actually caught that line. Sometimes I am so evil. And I just can't help myself. It's like D&D, but not role-playing. What do you mean, what do I mean? I mean exactly what I mean. And everyone else will just have to guess what I mean. The picture's looking great, by the way. Do you think you get it though, Shub? Do you? Yeah, that's right, I'm gonna gaslight you. It's Strom every time she can be evil. See? Chat? I enjoy storytelling because it allows me to do this. It's wonderful. Like, we can sit around a campfire, and I can tell you stories, and you can freak out about them, and I will smile at you, because I know what's coming next, and you don't. But we can all come on this journey together, because sometimes not even I know what comes next. There are times where I'm just along for the ride as well. I feel like I should be talking. Do you want to talk? Okay. Chat. Echo. Echo, chat, say hi.
Glad. I get to talk.
Okay. Yeah, they can hear you now. Hellos.
Yay! Hellos!
Do you have any thoughts to share about Bloodbound and or Shadowbound so far?
Oh, I have many thoughts. But how do I word them? That's the wrong layer. No, I just wanted to say that both Shadowbound and Bloodbound have been such a fun journey to go on, honestly. And I know that they definitely mean a lot more for you than they do for me, but considering how much of a personal connection I have to these stories with how long I've been attached to these stories for, it's very fun to see it all come to life like this, even if I have to do half the work.
Well, you make it come to life in a visual sense.
Well, yes, but you do all the writing. I just,
Yes. You also do a very good job. Your contributions are meaningful.
You can't publish the book until I give you a book cover, so, you know.
That is true. Oh, and guess what? I am at the time of this live recording, I'm going to be sending both Shadowbound and Bloodbound to the Copyright Office to officially register its copyright.
Hooray!
Which
sorry, guys.
Is also wild. Like, look, I have something that I need to register the copyright of. Well, I don't actually have to. If they reject it for any reasons, like, it's no skin off my back. But it's something that I'm doing, and it's something that I can do now because I have something to copyright. What?
Sorry, guys. If you want to make fan art and sell it, you can't sell it anymore because they're copyrighted characters now.
No, it's just registering it. I already have the copyright.
We're coming after you legally.
Oh my god. But it's all been a learning process for Echo as well.
Oh, definitely.
Learning how to do cover arts. Cover spreads.
Cover spreads.
Cover spreads.
Yes, it's been very fun trying to figure out how official art works because I have been, drawing for a very long time, but I haven't been doing any, official artwork. All of my art has been, fan content, one-off illustrations, stuff like that. And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, how do I draw the book cover? Well, I don't freaking know. Where's the book cover? There are the book covers.
Yeah. Ta-da! Look at the quality difference too.
Yeah, you can tell that one of these was made 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
One of these covers is not like the other.
Yeah. One hand is slightly larger than the other.
So, yeah. If you're looking to publish a first book, like self-publish, I'm talking mostly self-publishing. If you're looking to self-publish a book at some point in the future, this is just to let you know that it will not be perfect your first time.
Oh, definitely not.
And like we're still learning a lot too.
If you want to publish a book anytime in the future, you should talk to me about doing your book cover.
One of these days, you're gonna classify yourself as like an expert. Right now, I'd say you're an intermediate. Intermediate cover artist.
This is intermediate to you?
Well, the Shadowbound's intermediate.
Well, yeah. But I got better.
You got better, yes. Look at them. They're so happy.
Yeah.
I love them. I love them so much.
Ethan is the only one who is not happy.
Ethan's the only... Ethan and one other person are probably going to be the only people not smiling on a book cover.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm so excited to make the rest of the book covers. I'm so excited.
Cover 3 will have the characters reaching off the cover at you, and you will feel their hands as they interact with you. Oh, as they interlace with yours. Oh boy, I'd love that.
It's going to be actually 3D. You're gonna have to wear 3D goggles in order to look at the book cover.
One other person, yes.
Just one.
I remember seeing the Bloodbound cover for the first time. I screamed and had to stand in the corner to collect myself.
True, I remember that. I was there.
Oh, you were? You
No.
bore witness to history.
Yes, I was actually in Shub's room at that time.
Wow. I didn't know you could teleport.
I'm like Ethan. I am everywhere, and I am nowhere.
Interesting.
I am the shadow.
Oh.
My pronouns are shadow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't say that.
Echo is with me at the dining table. Oh. Feasting on your panic and tears of joy.
Exactly.
You can be in a happy panic.
See, what you guys don't realize, what chat doesn't realize, is that I actually gain immense power from all of you freaking out when you see my book covers. So I must continue to work so that I can gain power.
Which also means if we wanted to deprive her of power,
Yeah, see, you can't take away power from me because I curse you with not speaking.
Dude, I think I was just too excited to read the ending. I was stumbling over my words a lot more than usual.
Yes, you were, and it was very funny. But that's okay. I forgive you.
His what was it again?
His fingers.
His
His trickles.
his where
His trickles.
was it? The one word that I was struggling with.
Oh,
His
improvisation.
His improvisation. His improvisation.
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 I have many great improvisations. Yeah, sure.
Fingers chuckle. Yes, and
Yeah.
many characters mitosis, and see, this is why you really need to read along with the read aloud, because I stumble so much, you don't know which is an actual spelling mistake and which is just me.
Well, I think I can guess.
Not 90% of the time, it's just me.
Exactly. You're pretty good about going back and correcting yourself.
Well, regardless, so far, this publishing journey has been amazing. Very rewarding. Not just, like, not in the financial sense. Definitely not in the financial sense. But, like, in the spiritual sense. I feel fulfilled. This is what I was meant to do with my life, was to publish books.
I'm so glad you found your calling.
I love it. It's such a good feeling. And for the low price of $20, you can buy my course so that you too can find meaning in your life.
And my course is the book called Shadowbound.
Yes, go buy Shadowbound. It's on Amazon.
Actually, we should be saying go buy Bloodbound now.
Well, yeah, buy Bloodbound too. Bloodbound is great. I mean, if you've been listening up until the end and you have enjoyed these readings, please, 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 at least go leave a review. It would be great if you bought the book as well and supported. But leaving a review is free, and it helps other people to see how much you enjoyed the story.
Reviews are very important, especially for self-published books.
Think of an Amazon review like a comment on a YouTube channel. It's Amazon is more incentivized to promote books that are getting more interactions on them, you're leaving an impression that tells Amazon, hey, people actually really like this story. Maybe you should recommend it to more people.
Exactly.
So if you have not left a review on either of the books, on either Shadowbound or Bloodbound, and you can, please go leave a review.
I'm the author, and I think I did pretty good.
It would greatly.
It would
help.
great.
It would great. I can
Your fingers
speak.
would chuckle.
Hey, I may be a wordsmith, but that does not mean I'm good at talking.
I may be words, but that doesn't mean I words.
Are you construction because you are building?
What?
Anyway,
yes.
I would greatly appreciate if you could leave a review on Amazon. The links are in the description down below. Also below is the Discord server where me and some of the lovely people you see in chat hang out.
We draw art.
And yeah, and I post the final arts of all the live reading streams there too, if you would like to see them in their complete glory. So feel free to pop in and say hi. Would love to have you.
Yeah, it'd be fun. We need more people to join our Shadowbound fan club.
Mm-hmm.
Please, I'm so lonely.
It's okay. If I have no fans, then Echo is dead.
Oh, that sounds threatening.
It shouldn't be threatening because you're alive, and why would I want to have no fans?
True. Guys, if you go onto the online Shadowbound fan counter, which totally exists, and there are 0 fans on there, that means Storm has killed me.
What? No. It just means you're dead.
Yeah, and I'm saying you're the most likely person to do it.
What? No.
But see, that means that now the book cover artist and the book writer are now embroiled in a true crime event, and that means that you should definitely buy the book to see why I have died. The reasoning will be coming out in 17 years.
Her death will be explained in my murder mystery book, so stay tuned.
Exactly.
I feel like if I do this enough, I will get to the point where I can just crank out a book in 6 months.
Oh, yes.
If I do it enough. Right now, I do not do it enough.
Maybe you should write more. I need more content.
Maybe you should all go leave a review on the Amazon page so then more people can buy the book, so then I don't have to work a job.
Please.
Help a starving artist out. Buy me a coffee so that I don't have to buy myself a coffee.
That's a thirsty artist.
And I also don't drink coffee all that much, so never mind. I've defeated myself. No.
Buy me a coffee anyways, so that I can put hot chocolate into it and make a mocha.
Buy me a coffee so I can give it to someone else who likes coffee more than me.
You like coffee?
Oh yes, I just don't drink it a whole lot. I'll fuel you with fan art to fuel your writing, and I stand by that. I agree. Thank you, Shub. You are doing wonders. You are single-handedly going to get me back into the Great War one of these days. I just need to sit down and organize my life. I'll fly over real quick to bring you a drink.
Hell yeah.
I like Euro coffee.
See, guys, if you fly over to us, then sometimes we have Shadowbound and Bloodbound at, like, events and things. So you should definitely come over and check us out, because we go to events, and when we sell Shadowbound and Bloodbound, we have exclusive merchandise.
Exactly.
Y'all want to be in
And
on the exclusive merchandise, don't you?
If you bring a book with you, we'll sign it for free.
Yeah. Instead of it being $20 to sign your book.
Yeah.
We'll be so benevolent and give you a discount.
Well, is there anything else that the chat would like to add? Thoughts, theories, questions, what have you, while we are still here?
You want to see the picture finished, don't you?
The more questions you ask, the further along Echo works on the picture.
That's English, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the English works that way. Definitely.
Sure.
Kind of.
Whee! Well, I have thoughts. What did we do at the end of the Shadowbound live readings? Did we just talk about the old draft of Shadowbound?
I think so. I don't remember, and I didn't watch back. It was I feel like it was a lot of this stuff though.
Mm.
How many of them would wear an inflatable dino costume unironically? Jake and also Lucre.
Yep.
Everyone else would probably wear it ironically. Amber's a bit of a toss-up. So is Electro. I think
Amber would have to be convinced.
Electro is the kind of guy that he would do it for a joke, but then he would also do it because he wants to wear a dino costume.
He claims it's for a joke.
Yeah, he claims it's for a joke, but he's actually very cozy in there. So he could swing either way.
He has to be dared into one, but then after he gets into one, he won't get out.
Exactly. He will become the dino. He will be that one, what's it called? The thing where the guy fused with the Godzilla costume because radiation. Man in suit, yes. He will be man in suit.
It wasn't because of radiation, it was just because the suit was weird.
Right. Well, you know what I mean. He will be the next man in suit.
Oh boy. Guys, Electro's a dinosaur now. Look what you did to him. What kind of dinosaur would he be? Would he be a velociraptor?
I don't know.
Clever girl.
Well, I think most of the dino costumes are T-Rexes.
Well, yeah, but what kind of dino would he be?
I don't know.
Blaze would be a T-Rex.
Blaze would be a T-Rex.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Sure.
My mouth just makes noise sometimes.
Whoa.
Shocker, I know.
Your mouth makes noise? What the hell has this entire stream been?
Very important question. Who of the cast would play EBF5?
Ooh. Blaze.
Blaze. Definitely Blaze.
See, if you mean EBF5 in terms of games, Blaze would be a gamer probably.
Yes.
But in terms of EBF5 because of EBF5, because of genre, maybe Ethan? Ethan and Blaze would do a let's play together?
Yes. They would speedrun each other. Who can beat EBF5 first? Who is the true EBF5 fan? They do EBF trivia.
Yeah. Amber's the host.
EBFT. T is for trivia.
Yo, we should do EBF trivia night.
That would be great. We need an unbiased third party to make trivia for us.
I almost said Shub, but she's very biased.
Electro or Ethan is a velociraptor. I can't decide. Understandable.
No, wait. What if we invite Shub to do trivia with us and we get Nebby to make the trivia?
Yeah, Nebby, are you up for making EBF trivia?
You'd better be.
That would be so much fun. What are you on about? Hi, it's my Lance keychain. How do you best cut out unnecessary fluff when writing?
Oh, yes, an excellent question.
An excellent question. I feel like this really depends on what it is you're writing. My personal take on fluff is
You don't do very well at it.
yeah, no, not very. But I also have the mindset of every single scene is important and it should either further plot or character development. So fluff is mostly furthering character development. Maybe you can have a plot thing in there, but it just has to be like not very consequential. Otherwise, you're not writing fluff at that point, you're writing a plot scene. Shadowbound and Bloodbound, they don't have a whole lot of fluff. Or I'd say it's like it's necessary fluff.
To be fair, you can turn a fluff scene into a lore relevant scene where like they go to the beach, for example, for no reason other than we want to hang out, but then like they find something there or a conversation sparks that's kind of important.
Well, regardless, fluff is how you mostly build out your character arcs and also character relationships with the other characters in the scene, of course. And then that also has to still tie into the rest of the book. It's not like a filler episode in some TV series. It actually still has to serve some purpose. So if you are looking at like your quieter moments, that's usually when fluff happens, is in between all of your high action, high stress stuff. It's just something fun for the characters to do, or like him and Jake, they sit in Kimberly's room and just have a little bit of a talk while they are mentally preparing themselves to go off to war.
Hey.
Either way, something in the scene needs to still feel like there's forward momentum happening on some level in some way on some topic. It can be more than one. Adding subtle foreshadowing in the fluff. You can do that too, yes. So I would say when it comes to actually cutting out fluff, how much fat are you looking to trim, basically? And then also, like, what parts of your the quieter scenes aren't necessarily serving the purpose of moving things along in the way that you want it to. And I would say at that point, it would probably be good to just read the entire scene aloud to yourself and then determine whether or not that A, it moves at the pace that you want it to move at, and then also B, if you are covering the ground that you need with it. Because a book is, I would say, it generally succinct and tight experience. Sometimes it's not, but usually it is. So every single thing that happens is in service of like the message that you're trying to convey, or the particular theme that you're going with. Something. So it's not meaningless. Let's put it that way. Fluff is not meaningless. It is very good for readers to get a break, however brief it may be, from everything else that's going on. so that they can figure out what it is that they just read along with the characters. It's like the characters and the reader are digesting things that just happened at basically the same time. In some fluff scenes, or at least like that's how I try and structure my fluff scenes. So the point that I'm trying to make here, because I know I have a habit of talking in circles about this stuff, is if it furthers any objective, one or more objective that you want to accomplish with your story, plot-wise, character-wise, theme-wise, message-wise, what have you, so long as it fills that purpose, then it's looking at the actual contents of the fluff and just seeing if the scene flows well. And if it doesn't, then you'll probably need to edit it, make it shorter. Because you don't want it to be too dull, like nothing's happening, but it also doesn't need to be a high energy scene right out of the gate. Though, you know, your fluff scene could be two characters fighting.
So long as they're having fun doing it.
Yeah. It's not like a serious plot relevant fight and it's for building character stuff. Or it could be plot relevant, but it's still building character stuff. Fluff is ultimately supposed to be in service of building up your characters and like also like the world at large too. That can also be thrown into your fluff scenes as well. And then when you get to your plot thing, that's when you need to pick up the tempo a little bit. It's a lesson in tone and especially like cadence. Cadence is very important. I remember I was doing a project in choir class one year. And
wow, how random.
That we were all tasked with putting together a list of, it was like 6 or 8 songs as like our roster for like a concert. And of course we had to come up with like the theming and all that. And I had chosen I'd chosen songs that I liked. Naturally, of course, you're going to gravitate towards songs that you like more than others, and you're not going to like every single song on your roster when you are when you're singing your concert songs. You're going to have favorites and you're going to have least favorites. Naturally. So I have my songs and I presented it to my choir teacher and he had replied, "It's a good selection, but it is also very energetic and you're betting on not just the singers, but also the audience not running out of energy." Right? In order to sing my entire roster from beginning to end and enjoy it, you basically had to not get exhausted. It was like going right into a 50-yard sprint, basically, from beginning to end. And I think you can apply the same to a book. There's going to be favorite parts of the book that you really like. I would say they would generally be your bigger set pieces, just by nature of their grandness and also the culmination of other things that have been happening throughout the rest of the story coming to a head. I really enjoy writing my climaxes and also like my mini conflicts along the way just because of what crops up in them. And then you're going to have your least favorite moments, which might be some of the quieter times. For me, it's the transition scenes between one set and another. I hate those with a burning passion. and I still haven't figured out how to do them properly. I have struggled with it since the beginning, and I'm pretty sure I will not figure it out for a while later.
For a while later.
I think it is well established that I cannot English.
And yet you're an author. See, guys, you don't even have to be very good at saying things in order to be able to write things.
Anyway, you can't have a high energy book necessarily unless your audience goes in with the expectation and also the stamina that it's going to be a lightning fast, very tight, not a whole lot of fluff, if no fluff at all, book. If you're going into more of like a novel, Shadowbound, Bloodbound, for example, you're going to expect the more highs and lows of the adventure as it progresses. They're not always in constant danger, but there is still the ticking clock that is pressing on the back of their minds that hurries them along.
It helps to look at word count.
Yeah, that too.
If there's less words in a book, then you're going to have a lot more high-stakes stuff all packed together. Because you need to get everything done in less amount of time. You know?
Mm-hmm. So, I think it's... If you are writing for a more novel audience, or I would say like the adventure crowd, definitely. If you're writing an adventure story, you want to have those moments of awe and wonder as the characters are exploring this world to then convey to your audience that these are things to be admired, to be impressed by. And those moments can be considered fluff. And then when you add in your action, well, that's gonna not have a whole lot of fluff in it. You need to have it flow tight, and also you need to work out the choreograph very well. Otherwise, your reader's going to get lost in where they are in the scene. But then after your action, your characters are going to need a break, and then we go right back into fluff. And then at that point, it's like, how long do you want the fluff to go on for? Will this lengthy fluff scene enhance or hinder the pace of the rest of the novel, etc., etc., etc.? Is it accomplishing the goals that I want to achieve with this scene, yes or no?
So in your sense, Bebo, how would you say that you specifically managed to cut out a bunch of portions of your book? Like, how did you manage the fluff versus the not fluff versus the old draft versus the new draft?
Oh boy.
Gotta add a little bit of your own personal experience in there too, just to give people an example.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I was just gonna say you should go study your favorite movie or your favorite book or something.
Yeah, unless your favorite book is Shadowbound. Study my book.
Yeah. Write a book report on Blaze, like I did.
Bloodbound, a lot of the stuff that got changed and cut was mostly knock-on effects from Shadowbound. And even then, like, it was mostly just shuffling scenes around. Like I said, I know that I needed Kimberly and Jake to go through, like, respective short sparring scenes for them to understand that, well, they don't actually know what they're doing, right? And I tried to put them both into the same scene, but it just wasn't working. So then it was like, well, where can I fit, like, Jake's training scene in a different part of the book? So then that kind of became a little bit of, like, fluff with action on top of it. And it helped the original training scene flow a lot better because there were just less characters for me to deal with and shuffle around. For me, I very much like to think about like not just where the characters are, but how they get there. And if there's way too much dancing going on with too many characters, then I lose track of where they are in the scene myself. And if I'm losing track of them, then I know that the audience will definitely lose track of them too. So then what I do is I try and simplify my scenes by cutting back on the amount of characters that need to be in them, essentially. But then that also tightens them up to where I can focus on the specific relationships between the few characters that are left in that scene. With Shadowbound, I believe I've mentioned this before, but there was like entire scenes in Mirage that got cut just because it wasn't really doing anything. When I read them...
I'm pretty sure...
What?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the sandboarding scene was originally supposed to be in Shadowbound, wasn't it?
Yes.
The competition?
Yes. It was also, like, there was meant to be a proper arena there, too. Like a coliseum just out in the middle of nowhere where they did all of that stuff, but now that's gone, too. There was a lot that I changed in Shadowbound just because, harkening back to what I said earlier about scenes being in service of your plot, and if they're not doing things to further what you need to have happen, then maybe you should consider if they're necessary or not. A lot of those scenes just weren't necessary because they weren't conveying anything of importance. They were just fun. They were fun scenes in their own little bubble. It was basically like I dropped a short story in the middle of my novella, which doesn't really work because it takes you out of the main story that's going on, and it's like, you can have a good time, sure, but then you have to, like, try and wrestle your way back onto the plot path, the main plot path. It didn't do anything for character development, it didn't do anything for the main plot, up until, like, the actual end of the scene. And the entire thing went on so long, it went on for, like, 10 or so pages, and it was meant to serve as a way to explain how these characters get into a particular location that they would, under normal circumstances, struggle to justify themselves in. And it's like, I really don't need 10 pages of mostly things that are just fun, that don't really do anything else, that is meant to only serve the purpose of moving my characters from point A to point B. Like, there's no other plot thing that happens there, and there's no character development that comes of it. It's just to get my characters from point A to point B. So it got cut. And I changed it into something else. So that's how I deal with my fluff. It's, I look back, I like to keep in fun things, but also if the fun thing isn't furthering any of my four needs, plot, character, theme, or message, then it will either get tightened up or cut.
Might be another good thing to talk about. How did you come up with your theme for all these books? Like, so far, there's very connected themes between Shadowbound and Bloodbound of relationships. You know, friends versus family, of course, but I feel like some people might struggle to find a theme for their writing. Like, maybe they have a story, but they don't have a theme that they want to tell. Or maybe they have a theme, but they don't know how to build a story around it. How did you manage to do that?
Actually, that's another good question, Echo, because I was talking with someone about their story idea, and I asked them, like, well, what's the message? What's the central theme? And they're like, I don't know. It's just, here's the premise, and that's it. And it's like, okay, well, it's a good start.
You
So
can do that.
yeah, so for me, I find it easier to build a story around a core idea, theme, message, what have you. So then I know exactly what kind of story I should be telling, in what way, and then also it also helps me to build certain scenes around it, and also keep in mind what kind of language I should be using when I'm telling the story. So, like I said, with, or like Echo said, with Bloodbound, there's a lot of family stuff. And all of the messiness that comes with that. With Shadowbound, there was a lot of friendship stuff. Shadowbound was, I feel like the story came first before I understood the message. And that's also very important too. It's, if you already have a story in mind, like beginning, middle, and what have you, but you don't quite know what exactly you're supposed to be doing there, then you have a story without a message. So then I would say look at what specifically the story is telling. Like, what is the adventure that your characters are going on, and then what is the emotional core.
Also, maybe ask yourself why you're telling this story.
Yeah.
That might help you come up with a theme.
Yeah, and also why. That is another good idea. And I make it no secret that Shadowbound is based off of, very, very loosely, like based off of a bunch of different friendships that I've been in over the years that weren't quite the greatest. And when I was writing Shadowbound, I had the entire story in mind, but I didn't understand what the message was because I was living in denial of myself. Shocker, I know.
Whoa.
But once I figured out that it was just me trying to explain and sort in my head my feelings around all of those different friendships, good and bad, then I understood what exactly the story was supposed to be about. So that's where the friendship thing came from. And then the Bloodbound being about family is kind of just an outgrowth of that. Just relationships in general, how people relate to one another and how those bonds manifest. Family's different from friends. Therefore, they're going to have a lot of different dynamics. And I just figured that it would be the logical progression from Shadowbound. So, like, the ultimate theme of the ASTRIA trilogy is relationships. And all of their different forms, both positive, negative, neutral, messy, stellar, what have you. And then from that framework, I devised the 3 themes for each of the books. And then from there, I was able to properly structure the stories from there. Bloodbound's original draft was still family, naturally, but it was it was my very innocent take on it. Like, back in the day, it was I was of the mind of, well, anyone can get along if you put them in a room together long enough. It's like, no, that's actually not the case. Like, divorce happens for a multitude of reasons. There are plenty of kids that have to grow up in single parent households or with step parents and or step siblings and navigate those environments. Dating is literally you seeing if the person that you want to be with is perfect enough to begin a new family together. essentially, which is a whole other different thing. So on and so forth. And there are some relationships that can be repaired with time and understanding, and there are some relationships that can't. And it really depends on the personalities involved. Like Ryan, I tried so hard to redeem him after everything that I had him do. And at the end of the day, when I was just looking back at his character, I was like, well, if I wrote a character analysis about Ryan, or like, not an analysis, but like a character
Autopsy.
profile. Yeah, autopsy character profile of Ryan, he's actually just a major asshole. Which is why the initials of his company are ASS. Because I had to remind myself that this is not a nice man. And there are some people that you just can't fix, get along with, redeem, any of that, really.
I can fix a mentality is toxic.
Exactly. Kelsey was a little bit weird because I feel like with her, it could have leaned one way or the other. You could possibly repair the relationship, but there would be a lot of effort that would go into it. And then it's, well, she didn't really put in the effort to maintain what she still had. She ran away. So who's to say that she would have the effort after all this time in her to build it all back up again? So it's stuff like that I think about when I actually understand the theme that I want to go with.
It helps shape the characters.
Exactly. Like in way more ways than one. I will say, once you know what it is you're writing about, you'll look at old scenes that you've written already if you've already started writing it, and you'll probably think to yourself, what was I thinking? And then you'll realize, oh, I wasn't really thinking. I would say the best books out there have a lot of time put into thinking about the theme of that book, of what they're writing. Because that will really shine through in the quality of the narrative that the author presents to you. Because then you, the reader, will get that feeling of this person really understands what it is that they were writing about.
I can see why this was important for me to read.
Because also, writers 9 times out of 10 write from their own experience, and if your experience is, I wouldn't say anything like their experience, a good author would take their experience and try and generalize it enough for other people to understand roughly, while keeping just enough personal elements to still feel like it's your thing, right? So if an author does a good job and shares this experience with you, and you realize that you're also going through this, whatever it may be, well, congratulations, the book found you. Like, Shadowbound isn't necessarily supposed to be like an out and out lesson in good and bad relationships. It's just meant to highlight some of the facets that go along with breaking out of toxic friendships, any toxic relationship, really. And Bloodbound is just meant to say, hey, it's okay if your family life is messy, because you still have a family somewhere in some capacity, and that family will be there for you always.
It's more so about the people that you let into your life, and less so about the people that were forced into your life.
Exactly.
And also, it's okay to not forgive people.
Yeah. Exactly. Like a phrase comes to mind: you can love them, but you don't have to like them. The next book is about the bond of enemies. Oh boy. World War A. A for ASTRIA.
I can't wait for the third book to come out so that we can finally talk about all the themes and stuff in the connected sense of these are 3 connected books.
Yes.
Ow, my shoulder just popped.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I know it's gonna be great. I'm manifesting the greatness right now.
Woohoo!
Well, I hope my insanity makes sense in some regard. Because like I said, it's like I have ideas of what I want to say on all of these different topics, but I haven't quite figured out how to put them like succinctly.
You haven't thought of the theme of your words.
I haven't thought. Yeah, I'm beyond excited for the third book. I know you are, Shub. Shub is so excited that she went and binged the entirety of the Great War. Go read the Great War. It's other ASTRIA stuff. I might be getting back into writing it again at some point.
Right.
Right now, I haven't written anything for it in like a year and a half or something.
That just means that your skills have improved and that when you come back, it'll be even better.
I know. Anyway, more Great War soon.
Yeah.
TM.
Also, guys, if you like Great War, then you should convince Storm to turn it into a book as well.
Yes.
Publish it.
I will compile it into an anthology chapter book. I am insane about the generals you don't even know. I do know you have an entire thingy here.
An entire thingy.
You have basically a movie poster here that I'm staring at, or a concept of a movie poster that I'm staring at, and I need it in my life. Sam is looking so great in his sketched self. Actually, the Guardian, the face that you gave the Guardian is chef's kiss.
The what that you had the what? Wait, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
So Shub gave the Guardian sketch a face.
Oh.
A very derpy face.
Guys, if you want to see this Guardian sketch when it's finished, you should join the Discord.
Yeah.
It'll probably be in the Discord.
We'll have her put it in the Discord.
At gunpoint.
The cover art for the Great War should make it look like an old storybook. Ooh, interesting.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna have anime characters on there for once.
Oh my, they're gonna be stick figures.
What?
With Shadowbound about friends and Bloodbound about family, would the third be about the self?
You can speculate.
You can speculate. I will neither confirm nor deny.
That is a good guess.
Mm-hmm. You will figure it out. Whatever the book is written.
Guys, we all have to make Shadowbound and Bloodbound fan art now so that the third book comes out even sooner, because I will attest to like content being the one thing that gets Storm motivated. It happened a while ago. I started talking about one of the characters that was going to be in the third book so much that she was like, "You know what? I'll just write a little bit. I'll do some more work."
Oh, yes. I get motivated if I am particularly inspired by some form of media.
So we have to make content, please.
Exactly. See, my call for fan art does not come out of nowhere. I actually kind of need it because I need it to be inspired. I need your energy. I need to feed off of your enthusiasm so I can feel enthused.
I can only make so much fan art. I kind of need to get paid. I have to live life.
Yeah. Also, ending things is hard. Even if it's an individual book or a series, ending things is hard. I don't wanna. I'll become Astria's conspiracy theorist. Oh boy.
The map pad of Astria. Guys, we should send this to Game Theory to say, hey, Game Theory, I know that you're Game Theory, but you should do book theory. What is Ethan? Is he actually a loaf of bread?
There's gonna be some kind of theory video one day about what actually are the fragment shadows made of? Like, what substance? What would they classify as?
Yes.
You know that's gonna happen. I know that's gonna happen. I'm predicting it now. The third book is about specifically Shadow, my silly little guy. I pick Shadow up and I spin it around in the air.
Like a pizza.
Like a pizza. It flattens. It's a bread!
Oh no. It was bread all along, guys.
Actually, no, that would just mean it's dough, not necessarily a bread.
Yeah, but then you'd stick it in the oven, and then it would be a bread.
Not all doughs are breads.
Some of them are.
Yeah, some of them are, but if it's a pizza... Actually, no, pizza
that's
is bread.
bread.
Yeah, pizza is bread.
Oh, you stupid.
The fragment shadows are made of cheese. I agree. Cheesebound! Third book! Let's go!
Cheese sandwich and its shadow on a sandwich on 2 pieces of bread.
I like how the moon is made of cheese. The shadows are also made of cheese.
I like making things out of cheese.
I like cheese.
I like balloons.
Mm-hmm. Cookies have dough. See? They could be a cookie. Fragment shadows have the opportunity to be cookies.
But see, here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
Why are cookies not bread? Because you can have sweet bread. You could have bread with chocolate chips in it, and then you could have cookies with chocolate chips in it. It's just the shape of the dough.
I love how this is a question that is going to be on my search history now.
Why are cookies not bread?
The Great Cookie Conundrum, bread or pastry?
Oh my god.
Can I
This is a real thing.
copy this link? I can't. Thanks, Microsoft.
Love you, Microsoft.
Are cookies bread or healthy? Are cookies bread or pastry?
Cookies are not bread or healthy.
Oh my god, so r/baking is a cookie a pastry. Top answer, a cookie is delicious.
Amazing. Thanks for answering all of our questions, Reddit.
Let's see here. Cookies are a sweet baked good, but not a pastry. Unlike cookie dough, pastry dough also gets laminated. In lamination, butter is folded into flour-based dough.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, 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 blah. By contrast, cookie dough is sweetened and follows a more straightforward assembly. The ingredients are mixed together and then rolled into balls. Shape-wise, cookies are exclusively fairly flat. Wow.
No way. Never would have guessed.
A Reddit poll asks, is a cookie a pastry? And 85 votes said yes. 215 said no.
This is like the scientific is water wet thing.
Mm-hmm.
Scientifically, no, water is not wet. But everybody says that it is anyways.
Okay, it says all that about pastries, but not... Bread provides more fiber and nutrients while cookies have higher sugar and fat content. Are cookies a pastry? The short answer is no.
So cookies aren't bread, but they're not pastries either. So they're just an anomaly?
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't technically count as pastries. cookie is not considered a pastry. But they're not bread.
Guys, we've discovered forbidden knowledge.
I feel like this is, like trying to determine what a fragment shadow is made of. Oh, well, they're made of magic, but then at that point, it begs the question, what is magic made of? Well, it is neither bread nor pastry. Therefore, cookie is cookie. It doesn't need to be anything else. Yes, and cookie is great. In fact, now I have a craving for cookies. Maybe I should make some.
I agree. Maybe you should make some. And maybe I should eat all of them, because you love me so much.
Can we find the fragment shadows at the cheese experience? Maybe? Look in the dark corners of the room.
That was a shub question.
What?
I knew that was a shub question because there's such thing as the cheese experience over in her country. It's nearby. It's just like a park that's full of cheese related things, I think. Last I checked.
Oh. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it exists though. You guys can go check out the cheese experience.
You mean the cheese-bound experience. We're crossing over, boys.
Let's go!
I want some warm cookie and ice cream. I do too.
I guess you have to bake something then.
Yeah. Well, that involves me not being on stream anymore.
No, I'm not done!
I know you're not.
I'm almost done.
I know you're almost done. I think you're gonna need to finish it offline, though.
Aw, man.
I'm sorry.
Guys, you really don't have any other questions that you want to know?
My stomach requires nutrients.
Wizard needs food. Badly.
I really do.
My life force is running out. Hey guys, if you don't know what I was referencing there, maybe you should check out a backlog of Storm's videos. Because if you go back far enough, you'll get supplementary Shadowbound content. Looks at you.
What type of cheese are the fragment shadows? Sharp cheddar. Sharp cheddar.
All of them are sharp cheddar?
All of them are sharp cheddar.
Well, there is no deviation.
Uno would be sharp cheddar.
Uno at the very least.
I asked this before, and I'll ask this again. Who lasts longest playing a horror game? Alright, I totally forgot about that question. I'm so sorry, Nevi. Who would last the longest? I don't think it would be Ethan, because
Kimberly.
Shadow would be scared at literally everything.
Kimberly.
Kimberly? You think?
My vote is Kimberly.
My vote is Blaze. Wouldn't it be funny if it was actually Lucre?
Lucre's more fascinated by everything than he is frightened.
Yeah.
He like flinches and then he's like, "Ooh, what that?"
Yeah. He approaches the world with big eyes. Big, curious eyes.
He's playing Five Nights at Freddy's. He's like, what are we doing here?
Why
and
is
then he
Bear?
gets jump scared.
Why is Bear? How is Bear? Where is Bear?
That Bear? Never seen Bear before. That cool. All Bear look like that? And then he goes into the next round, he's still asking questions about Freddy.
And then he's introduced to Chica. He's like, what's that? She bird?
Bird don't look like that. That not Bird.
The bird don't... Well, birds stand on 2 feet, but they're not taller than me.
I'm
Am I a bird?
taller than Bird.
Am I a bird? I'm Cerberus, but could I also be bird?
Like Jake. Jake Wizard and also Cerberus. Am I Cerberus and also Bird?
I want, in my heart of hearts, for it to be Electro, but in my brain, probably not. Oh.
See, Electro, I feel like he would be a candidate for who would last longest just because he sticks it out because he's stubborn. But he would be very scared.
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like he would lose if he somehow shorted out the PC. If he got so scared that his electricity just fried the motherboard.
Yeah.
I
Which is a very possible thing.
feel like Blaze lasts top 2. Lucre just barely beats out Blaze in a horror game. Some birds are taller than humanoid. Well, okay, see, here's the other thing, is they don't know what's on the other side of Astria. There could be birds that look like that. They don't know.
Am I bird?
Bird! And then he jumps off a sand dune.
No!
He does the cartoonish, like, flaps arms like wings, and then
I
face plants.
believe I can fly.
Yeah. I love Lucre so much. I swear he's a teenager. He just can't talk very well.
If he could talk, if he learned slang, he would be using it.
Oh no. Either he would use slang so much, or he would sound like the most posh and elegant person you've ever met.
Well, he would sound very posh in the beginning when he starts learning how to speak properly, just because that's like the first kinds of words that you learn is all the very polite ones. So he learns how to be extremely polite. But then Electro comes by and is like, "Can you stop? This is weird." And he decides to teach him all of the slang, and then he always uses all of the slang because, well, it's easier to say.
Fair.
It's so much easier to say don't than do not.
Actually, Blaze lasts until a strong 3rd place, Electra lasts 2nd, longest before he destroys the computer, and Lucre is just smiling the entire time. All thoughts, head partially empty.
See, if you were to think of the what is it? The fanon interpretations of characters that greatly misinterpret them, Lucre would probably be the ooh small child.
Oh yeah.
I am 18.
And
You're
then,
a baby.
And then he stands up next to Jake and he meets his height. And then you look at Jake and then you realize, oh hey. Lucre's mom teaches him swears.
Wow.
I can't believe you, swears in Serperin.
The entire time that Blaze and Amber were talking to Aisha, she was just swearing through body heat.
Yeah, probably. She knows that they can't see it. She can do what she wants. She's the queen.
Exactly.
No wonder Lucre was so nervous.
He's like, Mother, please.
They're my friends. Have some decorum.
I do find it fun that they can basically have 2 different conversations at the same time.
It takes great skill, but it can be done.
I feel like if anyone would be able to do that, Aisha and Lucre would be on the list.
Oh yes.
Lucre just has to get a little bit better at speaking first.
Indeed. I imagine they're cursing is drawing a middle finger with their body. They have one universal swear.
Wouldn't it be really funny if, like, what is it, a rite of passage for all the teenage Serperin is just, like, just drawing something inappropriate on their bodies with their body heat, and then all their friends start clapping. Like, ooh, you're so dirty. Better not let your mommy find out about that.
Better not catch any of the adults seeing you draw that.
That just seems like a teenager thing to do.
I agree.
Guys, what are your headcanons for Serpent culture? Tell us. Right now. I would say in the comments, but you're here, so.
Yeah. If you're not here live, then tell us in the comments.
Yeah. If you're not here right now, why aren't you here? We miss you.
Also, Nebby, you make the best memes.
Did Nebby make a meme?
Nebby made a meme.
Oh my god! Electric bastard!
Discord exclusive meme, guys.
Yeah, guys, come join the Discord. It's so funny. Electro looks like he just has really, really baggy pants.
Yeah. Well, I know your headcanon is that Cerberus can sleep in trees if they want.
Ah, yes. Yes, I drew a little sketch a while ago saying, hey, would Cerberus be allowed to be able to sleep in trees?
Be allowed.
Because, well, of course they're allowed. They can do whatever they want. But I don't know if you guys know about certain kinds of snakes can just fold themselves up on trees or on tree branches specifically. And I'm trying to find the sketch that I made. Specifically, like, what is it? Emerald tree boas, I think those are what they were called.
Yes, I believe so.
I found my sketch. So I think Cerberus would be able to do that.
Look at Luke.
Here we go.
Yes.
Spot the difference. You can't.
Spot the difference.
They're the same picture.
Dude, look, it's Snake and Snake.
Yes, I imagine this is how they would either be able to sleep in some cases if their tails are long enough, or how they would spectate certain like events if there aren't enough chairs.
I feel like a common thing for the Snake people would be children drawing certain shapes with their body heat, and then the parents say, if you hold it like that, it will be stuck like that forever.
Yeah, probably.
Probably, yeah. Like it'll burn onto you forever. Something like that. Oh boy. I want to say Jake does have a tail. He just doesn't know how to activate tail mode.
Activate tail mode.
Activate tail mode.
Tail mode. Activate. He has to be trained in order to activate tail mode.
He does. Rigorous training. See, unfortunately, he didn't grow up around the snakes, who would have taught him how to do it instinctually when he was young, because he was thrown out.
Does this imply that all Cerberus are born with legs and then their tail comes as a side feature?
Or maybe they're born with tails and their legs are the side feature. You don't know.
Well, yeah, but then how would baby Jake learn to do leg mode?
I don't know. Maybe he was put in leg mode and then sent away because they didn't want to send him away with a tail.
Does that imply that there is a way for an outside force to activate leg mode?
No.
But then how did they do that?
Told him how to do it and he was too young to remember. Never had to do
He's
it
an
again?
itty bitty baby who's just in a little basket at the edge of the doorway, and they're just like, "Ooh, hey, baby Jake, can you just separate your tail?" And he's like, "Meep." And they're like, "Good, goodbye." And then he starts crying again. What?
Oh.
Is there not like a pressure point where someone can push in order to activate tail mode?
I don't know, maybe? I haven't thought about it too much. I'm just saying he might have a tail.
This opens up so many questions.
Tail mode, activate. It's tailing time. The future is now thanks to magic. Tail mode on. Jake one day accidentally activates his tail, but he doesn't know how to turn it off.
Yeah, that would be a fun short story.
If you massage their muscles in just the right way, they instinctually swap legs and tails as babies. Potentially. Do snake people babies come from eggs or pregnancy? Are they mammals or reptiles?
Yes, Drom, what are they?
Crossbreed.
So they come from egg babies.
Quiet. We don't have to think about this.
Yes, we do. This is very important.
This is not important at all. No, it's not.
It's very important for fan fiction.
Do they do the coily thing when they don't want to get down and do something? Huh? Do they do
Storm doesn't know anything about snakes.
Do they do the coily thing when they don't want to get down and do something? Oh.
Storm's a snake noob.
Maybe. They don't have palanquins. They just have a stick that the royals curl around as another holds it. Remind me what a palanquin is again.
A palindrome.
Palanquin. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Yes. I see now. That's amazing imagery. Thank you, AGM. They're more like a platypus. You see, when a snake and a human love each other very much, you get platypi.
Platypus?
You get a platypus.
Oh my god, so Luke isn't actually a snake, he's a platypus.
No,
Luke watches Phineas and Ferb.
He breathes like a platypus.
Oh.
No.
Horrifying.
No.
Horrifying.
Tell you what though, giant platypi might be the stuff of nightmares.
Are you saying that Luke is actually poisonous?
Jake is platypus. Help.
Hey, where did Jake go? Doobie 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 doo.
He puts a tiny hat on. Don't put a hat on him though. This is why he has the shoulder guards, but not a helmet.
He put on a helmet once and was like, I feel like I should go start solving crimes. And Kimberly was like, no. And he's like, aw.
Star Farm is calling me. No, it's not.
I'm calling you. I am from Star Farm.
What?
Jump scare, I got a job.
Oh my god. What are you doing at Star Farm?
They offered me a lot of money. I'm very greedy.
What? Oh, yes. Yes, you are.
Oh. You don't even deny it. I see how it is.
I know you.
Yeah, but chat doesn't. Chat would deny it for me, right? Chat likes me, right? Guys, you should buy Shadowbound and Bloodbound so that Storm has enough money to pay me.
Yes.
I'm very greedy.
Yes.
I think I can't be bothered to shade the rest of her capelet thing, so I think I'm basically done with all the shading.
It looks great.
And then if I can just wait. If you guys give me like 5 more minutes, just like keep talking for like 5 more minutes.
Okay. Oh, hey, it's just Jake. Oh, it's Barry the Platypus Jake.
Yeah. Jake the Platypus.
Jake the Platypus. Jake the Snake. I speak for Chet, and we like you, Echo. I'll buy extra copies of Shadowbound and Bloodbound.
Yay!
Echo isn't a demon. She is a chromatic dragon. Actually, yeah, I think chromatic dragon fits more
Chromatic dragon?
than demon. Well, you know, dragons are solitary creatures that like to hoard wealth. And demons are just evil.
Fair. I'm that,
Well, time to change your entire branding.
Oh boy. Not like I needed my brand anyways. Not like it was important or nothing.
I will continue trying to spread the news of the series via word of mouth. Thank you, AGM. That's really one of the only ways that anyone can really find out about Shadowbound and Bloodbound is by word of mouth. So I do thank you all who have been recommending it to like friends, other family members, people that you just meet on the bus or train, school people, work people, anyone really. It means a lot.
Yes, it does.
Every little bit helps in making sure that we grow the community and that you all don't run out of people to talk to about the ASTRIA trilogy.
Yeah.
See, the dragon branding is for Echo's secret D&D account. Oh. Secret D&D account, I see.
Hey, you can't out me like that.
Huh. I'm still coloring Duo. I go crazy. Oh. I'm sorry, Shib. But I'm pretty sure Duo's gonna look great.
So apparently I don't have a cross-hatching brush.
What?
I'm looking for a brush specifically with like a couple of lines in it so that I can make wind effects. Because, you know, the blizzard. But I don't have a brush like, wait. Ah, you know what? That works.
Okay.
You have to see the vision. You have to trust the process. Wait.
I'm giving you all sorts of benefit of the doubt here.
Good. And then I do a lighter color. This is how I my process works.
It's very entrancing. I believe in you, Echo. Chat's cheering you on.
Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you, chat. I need them to be a different color because this is looking weird. Where's the purple? Where's purple?
Need the orpal.
There they are. Yay! That looks better.
Is it done then?
Almost. I just need...
I treat you all so well. Don't say that I don't.
Jake doesn't look very fire-like, but that's okay.
You can eat an orange, but I want to eat an orpal.
You can eat an orange, but you can't orange and eat.
What?
Uh-huh.
Huh? You can eat an orange, but you can't orange an Eve.
Oh, I should have motion blurred that first. That's okay. There we go. See? Now it looks better.
Hey! It does. Alright, well.
Well.
Here's your treat. You all get to see the final finished thingy from Echo.
Finished thingy. We love finished thingies.
Thank you all for joining us on this magical ride with Bloodbound. I hope you enjoyed. And now, the readings are in a playlist on the channel. Feel free to share it around for those that might be thinking about getting into the ASTRIA trilogy, but don't know if it'll be right for them. The readings are free. At least,
hooray!
For now. But they are free for both Shadowbound and Bloodbound.
Enjoy them while they last.
And also, if you haven't already, please buy the books if you enjoyed the readings. And also leave a review on Amazon if you have not already, to help push it in the Amazon algorithm and build trust with other prospective buyers. With all that being said, I hope you have an amazing time zone. And I will see you all when I see you. Goodbye!